mapping for not caring, and government for not censoring. It's getting worse as I getting old. Now the police playing a double role. She said churches must stop politicking, preachers practice what they're preaching, and help all parents to save their children's souls. Oh Lord. Everywhere I went this morning, I found myself singing this song. Keep the candles burning for the children who go astray. Papa God will show them the way. Keep the candles burning. Keep the candles. Keep the candles burning. So that the businessmen in our country won't sell their humanity for big money. No, a new direction for the nation in the next millennium. So tell me if you believe in miracles, then light a candle with the tip we ever pay. Give the candles, give the candles burn.
Just have to say, I just want to remind you that we have to keep the candles burning. Tonight we have with us another Dominican, another person that has been somewhat involved in our society for many, many years, in a quiet way. But first, let me just say good evening to Hatley, my co-host. Good evening to you, Hatley.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Cecil, once again, with our Lakou program. Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of persons listen to that. It's becoming a very popular program. Quite a bit has been happening, though.
Yes.
Within the last week,
mm-hmm.
we had the national assessment for grade 6. The results were released.
Congratulations to all the children that have done well.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, we have to encourage them.
Uh-huh. And also, not just those who have done well, those who have really tried and did not, reach where they wanted to reach. That is to say, to get a bursary or scholarship. So we still have to congratulate those who have gotten a pass, and we just want to wish them well for the future.
Well, we want them to continue to study the work and keep focus.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I saw something in the news with the agriculture seem to be going somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching that as well. And it's a very interesting night tonight. I do not know what will happen to the West Indies, South Africa.
Oh, West Indies playing South Africa tonight at 8:30.
That's right. Is it 7:30 or 8:30?
I think it's where are they playing?
8:30. Antigua.
In Antigua, it's 8:30.
8:30.
Yes.
And what has to happen?
West Indies have to win that game. We would win by run rate, because we did well against the last team that we played,
United States.
United States of America. We won, but we won less than 15 overs.
Well, let's wait and see tonight.
And South Africa is normally a team that normally fights to the end.
And they fight to the end.
And let us not take.
Let's keep our fingers crossed.
And keep our fingers crossed. Let's play as positive as we did against the United States. I think against England, I think management and coach, the entire team, I would say, fail us as the Caribbean people, because normally when they fail us, anytime they fail us, we find ourselves in certain discussions.
Yes.
And we find ourselves having some kind of discussion that's not really always healthy.
Right.
So anytime the Caribbean has won, anytime the Caribbean team has won, what I've observed is that they have been able to unite us as a people.
Right.
And so tonight we're hoping that they can actually
deliver the
unite
goods.
us, and that's what I'm wishing for them to do tonight, is to unite us as a team. As a people, as a Caribbean people.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward for that tonight. We have with us a big man. You know him very well?
I know the man. I met him for many years now. I know the man is in your church. I know he's a 70s man who takes his church seriously.
He's a 70s Adventist. Let's be
right.
Uh-huh.
I know him as a man operator.
Mm-hmm.
I know him as a truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
I know him as a mechanic. I just know the man.
Well, I know him in so many different ways. Already we have 16 people starting to view. That's how fast and furious our live is actually going. Just want to say good evening to all the people that are here with us. Glenn, Christy, Cyril. Just want to say Good evening to you, touching base, whoever you are. Is Esther Joseph and Matt Hotip and all of the others that are tuned with us. Michael Big Joe Joseph from Bavi State. I know that you're looking on yourself, and I just want to say to everyone that is tuned to DBS Radio, stay tuned, because we are in for something with Georgia. Good evening to you, Georgia.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
I like that. I like the way that you said good evening. Reminded me of the days when I used to go to church.
And the brain.
Good evening, my brother. Well, we're in for some good English tonight, I can assure you.
I can assure you. He would not be the man in the Lakou as we normally know him. You know? The man in the Lakou would normally speak the Lakou language. I just also want to say to Tina Bell de Romaine, I have to call you Tina. I have not forgotten you. But we'll speak. Tammy Etienne in Bavi State, I know that you're watching. Oh, by the way, I have to say, Tammy Etienne in Bavi State. Some nights ago, I decided that I was going to play bingo. And it is strange, you know, when you are out of your league and you try to get into the league, that you just cannot win. Can you imagine? I played from maybe 8 o'clock to about midnight. Did not say bingo not once.
Wow.
And Tammy and Rhea and Tammy, Rhea, her sister Kathy, her niece and some other people. Also Roy, Sweet Roy, and Toti. These people were just, and not forgetting Joanne, just beating me and just eating my money, and I learned a lesson from that.
Right. Don't go to bingo, because these bags are normally rigged there.
So, Georgia, you're a Bavi State man. Tell us where you're from.
Well, I'm Curtis Cadette, and I lived in Bavi State for nearly about 45 years. And most of my life has been spent in Bavi State. But originally, I came from the central part of Roseau, which is, the area they call Matiza.
Great Marlborough Street.
No. I first reside in Upper Lane.
Okay.
That's 1947.
That's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago.
That's 2 years after you were born, or what?
No, I was born in 47. And that's all I knew, and we left Upper Lane in 59, and we took our new residency in Great Marlborough Street.
Mm-hmm. Someone just said to me on video, via social media, what a voice.
Well, I have been a preacher for a while. You know, so I went through voice culture and a few other things, you know.
So that's the reason.
Yeah.
Okay, Curtis, that's amazing. Someone just had to say to me, said I'm not seeing the guests. I'm so sorry to that. No, you're seeing yourself, right, Curtis?
I didn't get that.
No, you're seeing yourself live.
Yes, I'm. Oh, it's plain. I'm seeing everything. Yeah.
Okay. No, Curtis, I want, first of all, let me just say to you.
Can I say something to you?
Yes, go ahead.
I want you to turn up your volume, not brain. I'm hearing brain very clearly, but I want you to turn up your volume a little, yeah. Okay,
you're hearing me better?
Huh?
Are you hearing me better?
Yes,
okay.
Much better.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for. See, that's a man, an IT man too. You see, he's there. Yeah. No. Before we continue, I just needed to say to you, accept my sympathy on the passing of your cousin. He was buried, I think, this week. That is Cardinal Felix.
Oh yes. Cardinal Felix was my father. Was his mother's sister. They were sisters, brothers and sisters. You get it?
Yes, I got that. That's why I sent to you, accept my sympathy.
Yeah.
I know that he was buried this week. Tell us a little bit about Cardinal Felix that you remembered as a boy growing up.
Well, as a little boy growing up, 1950, let's say 51. I spent most of my time in Upper Lane, and you know the life in those days was a simple life, you know. Going hunting, you know, going you know what you call big ass and all those things.
Yes.
Well, these are you know that was the pleasure in those days, you know. That was the pleasure in those days, and I spent some time. Well, it was myself and my brother, Macmillan Dorival. We spent.
Hold on,
Macmillan Dorival,
the former bank manager, national bank
your
manager.
former bank manager, was my brother.
Was your brother?
Yeah, that was my brother.
I try to prevent your fingers from beating the desk because we're hearing that very loudly, and it's going out there. So thank you very much. So yes, so Macmillan, who was the manager of the National Bank,
The National Bank, yeah,
the first manager of the National Bank,
yeah,
was your brother.
Yeah, was my brother.
I'm only learning that for the first time.
Yeah, we lived together for a while, but there came a time my mother could not house the 5 children. So Macmillan and Atman had to remain with my mother and my sisters. I don't know if you know my sisters. Well, my sisters, Magdalene Philip, that was Carlton Philip's wife.
Carlton Philip was your sister?
Yeah.
So Carol, your Carol's uncle?
Yeah. Sorry, Carol, the number of them. Don has died. And there was a beautiful woman, and we called her name Agnes Shannon, and she took 3 of us, and my God, she was a very generous woman, loving woman. And she brought us in as myself, my 2 sisters. Well, one died, well, Magdalene died, and the one is in England. And we lived there up to about 59. And I really did all I was able to do to be grateful and thankful to her. Because I'll tell you, I've been honest, if this woman had the entire city, if Rosette belonged to her, I would own half of it. She really loved us, really loved me. But eventually she died, and when she was dying, she called me and she told me, you know I'm going to die? You know I'm not going to make it? Curtis, you know I'm not going to make it? I said, don't talk like that, Dada. Don't talk like that. Yes, but I'm not going to make it too long. And eventually she died. And these moments, I really felt these moments this time. I really felt it. And we did all what we can, especially my sister, Magdalene. She did everything she could to really make her comfortable, you know, during her last days. It was a wonderful thing.
No. I asked earlier on what influence, what do you remember of Cardinal Felix as a boy growing up?
Huh?
I wanted to find out what do you remember last of Cardinal Felix while growing up as a boy?
Cardinal Felix, when I first met him in 1957. By then I was about 10 years. But I was a stubborn boy, very stubborn, but not violent. You know, it's like your mother would send you, and in those days it was, we had a shop, Mahidden. She would send me to buy certain things, and I meet some boys, I meet a few boys on the road, I'll just play, and you know, and entirely forget my mother. So one day, Cardinal Felix came home and said, Vinny, malo pwede baga somewhere. And Cardinal Felix tell me, kneel down there, Curtis, kneel down there. I knelt. And he began to pray for me. Prayed that I will be changed, reformed, and become a better boy. And I think his prayers worked. After I was not as disobedient as I was, and so I say thank you for what he has done for me. Because in those days, not many people will pray for you. You know.
I realized, Curtis, that you have the habit of beating on the. It really irritates the ear drum because I have a headphone in my head. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, and I think his prayers work. It worked. And after that, we moved from Upper Lane to Great Marlborough Street. And from there, I spent about 5 years. Then I went to Florida. And I didn't make it very long in Florida because, honestly, I didn't like the agricultural work. I didn't like it. Cutting up the cane. 'Cause my plan was to run away, get away and go to Carolina, go to big states and New York but you see,
Hold on, Curtis. You left Dominica with the intention to stow away?
What?
You left Dominica with the intention to stow away?
No. I left this country legally.
Yeah, but to stow away.
But when but I don't like cane cutting.
But you went there,
So I said, well, boy, you know something? I'm going to leave. And I'll tell you, I met a Jamaican fella. Beautiful fella, a better fella for Carman. And he spoke to me. And I was, in fact, they were, during that period, that just killed this activist, oh my God.
Malcolm X?
Malcolm X. And they keep preaching to us, and these supervisors telling us, don't interfere with American Negroes. I never really fully understood what they meant because I never heard of Malcolm X. But it was my intention, definitely. It was my intention to run away from Florida and go to New York and find a better life, But actually, what really happened was, somebody burned the cane, man. Normally, the cane had to be burned prior to we enter the cane field. That was to run away, get the rattlesnakes and everything out of it. And somebody came in the camp and investigating and who has done that. And the St. Lucians denied it. Everybody denied it, and we had no representation, nobody to represent us in Florida. And the blame fell on us. They accused us.
Who's us?
We had a number of 49 Dominicans in 1965 that got an opportunity to go to Florida. So they sent us back down. So actually, we only spent really just a month or 2 months in Florida.
So what you're telling me that if by any chance that you'd have to stay a little longer, you would stow away?
Definitely. I would have stayed.
No. There's a difference between staying and stowing.
Well, okay, if you want to call it stowaway, but I know stowaway or stay would have been a better life for me.
You are stowed.
Yeah, you would. Regardless how you look at it.
Yeah.
I look at it as an opportunity. To
To what?
To improve your life, you know.
Improve your life. So,
Yeah, man.
So you said that you left Dominica with the intention to go cut kin, but behind your back, behind your head,
Yeah.
you intended to stay.
Yeah. I really wanted to leave Florida. In fact, we were in Belgrade. I wanted to leave Florida and go up to New York and spend my life up there.
So after that, your record tarnished? Couldn't go and cut kin again?
But the thing is, my first 2 days I got injured. I'm not accustomed with cane cutting. I'm not accustomed with cutlassing. So I noticed the fellas were chopping the cane, the good guys, and then they're allowing what we call the zama of the cane. And as it falls, you just cut it. Because you had to put the cane in a certain area, so when the truck comes, picks it up. And I tried it, man. I cut my finger, man. I ripped the finger up. And Cecil, I'll tell you, you know, I was sent to Miami, and we had some in those days. You had some Cuban doctors coming from Cuba, going into Florida, and these guys took care of me, man. And I never worked again. Until everything was cured, I never worked in Florida again. So I don't know if it's...
So when they accuse you all for burning of the field, any one of you all went to jail? What happened?
Well, it was an accusation that I think we never even knew about what went on. We never knew that there was supposed to be cane cutting. It's after we got to... fire was supposed to be the cane has supposed to be lit with thing, and then we can enter. But it has to be the day before. We are here today. Today's Sunday. The cane has to be burnt today, so then the workers get into it on Monday. But it should not be burnt 4 or 5 days before cutting of the cane. That was the decision that the people took.
They accuse you all, and then they just deport you all?
Yes, they accused us. And as I told you, we left Dominica, about 49 of us, went to Barbados. From Barbados, we took the plane and we went up. But after that thing happened, I can recall the St. Lucian representative came and tell us goodbye. But if we had somebody to fight that case, we could have fought the case. We could have done that. But there was absolutely nobody. It's just 39 voices. Nobody led the way. So they just sent us back to Dominica. And we were all sent back broke.
Like
without a penny.
Like broke?
Yeah.
So they didn't pay you all for the few months that you all were there for?
Well, I did not receive anything.
So you cannot talk for the others?
I did not receive anything.
Mm-hmm. So that was...
All I knew that what I received in Florida was, in fact, they cautioned us, and in Barbados, and they told us that we're going to be given rice every day.
We're in Barbados?
In Barbados, yeah. Every day, rice.
When you arrive in Miami?
Well, they kind of prepared us for that diet. Rice every day, and there was a fish. I never see the head. We never saw that head. I don't know what kind of fish it was. but we ate it. That's all we had. We ate it.
So what was breakfast like?
But for breakfast, it was good. The set of scrambled eggs and bread. In fact, you had to get up about 6 o'clock. Well, 5:30. Get prepared, move out at 6, and lunch was 11:15.
Quarter to 11's lunch?
Yes, 11:15 lunch.
Brain, what you
I don't know. I don't know that.
Hold on. Brain, what are you making of that 11:15 in the morning?
Lunch.
Yeah, our lunchtime was 11:15.
How many lunches you would have? One alone?
Well, we had breakfast in the morning,
Then lunch?
and that's it.
What about supper?
No supper?
Let me see. I think supper, we had something, we maybe had something light, for supper. But I know the main meal was, normally here is 1 o'clock, but in Florida, it's 11:15.
Wow.
And you got to be prepared.
And you have to prepare yourself. So you had a right to say that you'd stow it.
Huh?
You had a right to say that you'd stow it.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's like you're in Dominica, you're 18 years old, and you want something better, and your country cannot provide it for you. But here it is that you are given an opportunity to go to the States, and when you reach there, yes, you had an idea what you're going to encounter, what the work is going to be, but then here is an opportunity for you to leave, man.
They took your passports away? Your passports. You had your passports or they held them?
They held them?
That's a good question. Let me see. I don't think we had passports, I think it was one general thing. All our names are written on one thing. I don't think we had individual passports. I don't.
Okay, all right. No, Georgia, let's go back a bit. To how would I would say it. Let's go back a bit to the early days of yours. But before
just 1 minute.
Yes.
Give me about 1 minute, right?
Yes, all right. I'll give you 1 minute to do what you have to do. So we have with us Curtis Cadette. We call him Georgia for those of you all wondering.
But on the sugarcane plantation, yeah, I think what you did was to remain in camp. You had to be on camp, and you're kept there. I think your passports will be kept, because of course persons may disappear on the farm, and here it is that Curtis came with the intention of going to New York, running away. So I figured out your passport would be kept, your farm worker.
Well, apparently, as he said, the names were just on one
paper.
On one paper.
Right. So
passport wasn't, the in thing. So far, we have 48 persons actually looking live with us. Snap a good evening to you. See that you are on. Julian, Alfred, good evening, my good friend. Metz, Bingo, Goldie Williams, Renef, Alexis, he'll be first next week Sunday.
Yeah.
All of these people are listening and are also viewing. But you see, when you decide that you're going to another country, you have to always prepare yourself for tough battles, so that you know when you arrive what you are about to do.
Right, but when you're on a farm cutting cane, I mean, this is not an easy job, cutting cane, and knowing very well that you have to burn the cane a day before. For snakes, because cobra snakes are there, rattlesnakes.
Yes,
so you can get stung in the field.
I like what he said, about getting there, and when they arrive in Barbados, how they prepared them, that they were eating rice. At least they got a preparation for that period, and that's important. Georgia is back with us. Yes, Georgia. Let's go back a bit, as we normally do in this program. Go back a bit. And give us an
understanding. Turn up your voice a little more.
Okay, I was saying to you that normally we try to get a background of the person that we interview, from their schooling, their community. So you can maybe start with us. In your day, in your period, in those days of the 40s and 50s, did you have preschools?
No, I never been to preschool. Directly, I can remember that there was a guy named Jerome Bazzi.
Yes.
I don't know if you know Jerome Bazzi. He's the
The
one
accountant.
who, yeah, he's related to my mother, and he's the one who brought me to Rosa Boys School. But so I went there in 1951, yeah, and I stayed there until 62. But the guy who really took care of me, because Bazzi could not have done that, it was my brother, Macmillan Dorival.
So Macmillan was older than you?
Macmillan was born in 1941, yes, so he was older than me, yes, yes, and we went to school together, but then he left and he went to grammar school. So then I was on my own when he left. And I stayed into the Rosa Boys School. Well, my principal was Mr. Riviere and Mr. Pond. Well, three of them passed in boys' school during my period, during my time. There was another guy in Kennedy's Avenue. I forgot his name. But Riviere, I remember Riviere.
What was Rivier's first name?
That was Para's father.
Oh, Para's father.
Yeah.
Okay.
Para's father. I don't know if you remember him.
No, I won't.
No, I won't. But I knew he was a
Para's,
principal.
Para's father. I can't remember the name at the time, but I know his surname was Riviere.
So Pond himself was a teacher at the school.
Pond was the principal. Pond was the principal.
One who
Yeah,
the national
Pond.
anthem.
When Riviere left, Pond took over, and I stayed with Pond up to 62. That was just before the fire. And 62, 63, around there. And then I left school.
You left school like you didn't have the chance to see common entrance?
No, I hadn't got the opportunity to do that because, you know, I lived all my years without a father. There was no guidance. There was no direction. All my decisions, apart from my brother, Macmillan, when he left, went to grammar school, I was alone. So then all my decisions had to be just trial and error. And but thank God, thank God I survived.
We're going to come to that, thank God.
Thank God I survived.
Because we're going to speak about Georgia.
Yeah.
As we're saying that Roy Sejan, Switch Roy is listening. He said, Cecil, you have the bingo crew clue. Good program. Cecil, we are on. And Julian said that good evening, Julian from Baptist State. No, Georgia. So you were in boys' school. I'm sure that you remember the things that you would have done in boys' school. Football, cricket. What would you have done in boys'
Yes,
school?
I was a footballer. I played football, but I never excelled. One of the reasons was I saw something in 1964 that I wasn't too happy about it. There was a Peace Corps guy named Trottham. I don't know if you all Brain or...
Be Brain, not me.
I don't know Brain may know him, but Brain is a much younger guy. And, well, the guy who broke his leg, I wouldn't call his name, he's dead too. And he broke the guy's leg, man, willfully, man. When I saw that, I said, but come on, man, what's in it for me? because I used to play the game and I played it very well because the guys, guys like Razor Blade, they would bang the ball with their right leg. But I had legs. Anywhere the ball falls on my leg, left or right, I would bang it in the goal, the same strength.
Oh, that's where your son took it from.
So then my son took it. But my son now made the island side.
Yes.
But I did not. Because of what I saw. I wasn't too happy about what I saw. And because I can remember Bottino and Philip Matthew, these great guys, after they struggled and they invested energy for a whole year fighting Notre Dame against Thunderstorm, what they got a cup, and then he would walk down from Windsor Park, go down to, in those days, the Carib Cinema was not there, but we had the Royal Bank on the left side.
That's where you're talking about.
That is where
we're saying left and right. Let's say south.
Presently, okay, you see where Wheel Church is established right now?
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
On the left side, where the billboard is, was Royal Bank.
Mm-hmm.
On the right side, the place was divided in two.
So let us use cardinal points. We're saying on Kennedy Avenue, at the time it was called New Street.
Yeah.
Where Wheat Church is.
Yeah.
On the northern side or the southern side?
It was on the western side.
Or more to the sea?
To the sea.
Mm-hmm.
The western side.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm saying, they would walk down with a cup. He would walk down with a cup in his hands and then go to the bar. At that time, the bar was run by a guy named, I think it was Paris Williams' brother. Paris Williams' brother. His name was, anyway, it will come. And then he would sit there and drink. I don't know if he drank champagne or whatever he drank a bit, and that was it. And when I looked at the suffering and the pain that this Pisco guy, and the guy was good. I think the guy was playing for Blackburns. I think it's a team that Baba Dyer played for. And the guy leg was broken. And I think he had to go back to England. And from there, I just decided I'm going to give it up. But I used to play the game. What
about cricket?
I played cricket, but not at the level that I wanted to play it. I loved football far more than cricket.
What was in football that you found yourself so much involved, much more than that? What was in football that you loved so much more than cricket?
Well, football was more exciting to me. Well, to me, I don't know. Some people love cricket. There's more energy and there's more energy involved and it's more excited. I love the excitement, and there was a kind of satisfaction, man. When you beat a man and you're able to penetrate, and score a goal, man. This brings a lot of satisfaction to the player. And I enjoyed it.
Would you remember the teams, or not the teams and players? Would you remember them? Someone said that the person that you were talking about was Hiram Williams.
Yeah, that's correct. Hiram Williams. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Teresa Fidris.
Hiram Williams, man. Yeah, that was Paris Williams' son. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah.
The Paris Williams brother.
Brother.
Yes. Maria Brumant, I see that you're looking. So good evening to you, Maria. Thank you very much, as I said, to Teresa Fridges for giving us that information. Alexander Dupuy. I know that you're looking on, so continue and listening. No, Georgia, tell us some of the players and teams in those days.
Well, there are a number of teams that played in my days, and teams that I envied, like Notre Dame, Thunderstorm, and there are a few of them, but I just can't recall exactly. But I know some of the players that I saw, like players like Liebert. He was the manager of
Bata.
And
this man was a footballer?
Yeah.
This man was a footballer?
Oh boy, Mr.
Liebert?
Mr. Liebert
was I saw nothing in Mr. Liebert that would tell me that he was a footballer.
No, well,
walked very slowly.
He used to be a goalkeeper.
Oh, he used to be a goalkeeper.
Right.
Uh-huh.
He used to be a goalkeeper. And I can recall, as a young man, a guy was going down and traveling with the ball, man. And he banged the ball. And apparently Liebert misjudged, man. And the ball went through and hit him directly on his forehead, man. And just down he went. And I looked at him. I was at the back of the net. And I looked at him. He went down on his knees for a while. And, the referee had to stop for a few moments and until he recovered.
So in your days, there was no Harlem. There was no Spartans.
Well, there were Spartans, but I never played with these guys, no. I never played with them, no. Spartans and these guys, I never played with them, no.
Now, you said that you actually from Upper Lane originally, an original man of Upper Lane. Tell us the people, the adults that you would have raised in Upper Lane, because I know in Upper Lane there were a few characters. So help us to have a greater understanding of the people that you lived around in Upper Lane.
Well, the people I lived around with is the people like I don't know if you remember the guy they used to call Boboy Mako.
Oh yes, I mean everybody know Boboy Mako. Boboy Mako, yes.
Farrell Mako.
I know Farrell Mako. I don't know if Brain would remember Farrell Mako.
All of them.
Yes.
Andrew Mako.
I don't know Andrew Mako.
Luke Mako.
You mean Rosso had all that Makos?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Lion.
But they were hidden.
They were hidden?
Yeah.
You had Lion.
Not like now everybody out.
Lion not free?
No, Lai wasn't there. Lai lived on the other side.
Finsel Lane.
Yeah.
Lai lived on Finsel Lane.
You have people like the
so hold on.
The Hysons.
Hold on. Let's go back a little bit. So you're saying to me on Upper Lane where you lived had 3 Makos?
Upper Lane where I live had 3 Makos. And you had also
let's take them again. Boboy Mako,
Farrell Mako,
and Farrell Mako,
Andrew Mako,
and Andrew Mako.
Andrew Mako. Andrew was a hairdresser. Farrell was a ice cream maker, and Boboy was
selling bread and bunja.
Oh, black pudding and everything. And as a little boy, I had to be, electricity wasn't as common as now, so I had to be there to turn the ice cream tub, and I would prepare the ice cream for the guys, and I remembered what would I get from that? Tell us. You know the central part of the
of the ice cream.
The ice cream,
The ice cream
after
maker.
you put
Yeah.
after you
The ice.
put the salt and the ice, and it's like a rotary thing.
Yes, the
that
quim.
spins around,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
So you get the quim.
boy, the quim was after they use a spoon and they remove all the greater part of it,
You get
and then
that.
Bobo will give me that.
Oh boy, boy.
Yes, I used to as a little boy in 1957. I was about 10 years, and I had to and prepare the ice cream for him. And so
Boy never pay you.
never paid me.
Boy never paid you.
He owe you.
No,
So boy died not paying you.
but you see the thing is, Cecil. Now I have some grandchildren, and whenever they come home and they do anything, I have to push money in my pocket,
And boy didn't see that.
But in my days, you're filled with energy, and you know what I mean. You people don't do that. I mean, no, never, never.
So what boy used to give you in return? And breakfast, lunch.
Nothing, no, nothing. What I used to get from
So how
a
you
woman.
hold on? How you find yourself turning ice cream for boy?
Okay, my mother lived with. That is how Cardinal. Felix met me, because his auntie lived. My mother lived in one area, and in those days things were so bad that the house had to be separated in two.
So it's like a long house.
It's not even a long house now, boy. It was like something like a
book charm,
like man,
book charm,
20 by 20.
20 by 20.
But separate that thing.
With a-
That's why we could not. That's why we could not have lived. All of us could not have lived in one house. We had to go by Agnes Shannon, my dada. So we lived in one area, but Boboy lived right inside in the Kuwe.
By Scotiabank there.
No, that is Merrill. Merrill, the postman,
Okay.
the postmaster. He lived there.
So hold on. Is it close to where Johnson himself? What Johnson name?
You notice a new building. You notice a new
Johnson.
building being built. A new building being built in Kennedy's Avenue.
Yeah, I know
Yes.
that.
Now Alice Fokker lived there. That I am assuming not their property, and she used to prepare a lot of black pudding and rice pudding, and just like her mother Fokker, So I used to be there and give you a piece of black pudding. What you want again, little boy, now, man?
So you think of that.
Yeah, you little boy. I can remember in 1956, my mother gave me free shilling and tell me it was Christmas shopping day, and she gave me free shillings. I said, I don't want that, man. I told her I don't want it. I want a wrong dollar. Oh my God! And the woman got that from that money. She gave it to me, and just $1 in 1956, I was able to buy a capsule gun, 2 rounds of bullets, and well, you would know that one, Cecil. You would know that one. You know Miss Rossi?
Oh,
Puni?
Rossi
yes.
Puni. Who don't know Rossi Puni?
When you for your milkshake.
You have to get your milkshake.
And the rest of the money was on milkshake. In fact, I never like milkshake. I like squash.
But she used to make squash.
Lime squash.
squash, man.
Yes.
Boy, and son Puni had that touch, man. Son Puni had that touch.
So you were there, and
the rest of the dollar was spent there. Just $1. Think about it now today. Hundreds of dollars you need. So this is where we lived, and just around the county, the area here, and this is where I first met Cardinal Felix, and then he went to check his auntie, and then my mother called him and introduced him to me, and well, he got to know that was his uncle's son, and he prayed for me. And I remember when he buried my father in St. Lucia. Then when he came down to bury Michael Douglas, I met him. I told him, I just buried your daddy, you know, man. I said, true, yeah. And he gave me the brochure.
So you did not know your dad died in St. Lucia at that time when he told you so? You did not know that your dad passed at that time?
No, I did not know that.
Okay.
In fact, I first I first met my father in 1959 because his mother died. And then when I was going to Florida, I passed there. So I must have seen him about 3 times or twice in my life.
You saw your dad? Your dad is originally from Dominica? Monjon.
Yeah.
So the Cadette is not from St. Lucia then?
No, the Cadette is not from St. Lucia. The Cadette is from Monjon. But I think a brother went down there.
So why people tend to think that the Cadets are from St. Lucia?
No, I went to St. Lucia. I met a few of them. I met a sister, met a brother. But they're not from St. Lucia.
So they're actually from Monjon?
From Monjon.
All right. Cadette.
The Cadette. Well.
And we say Cadette. They say Cadette here.
The St. Lucians say Cadette.
And we say Cadette.
But we say Cadette.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
So people like Latricia Cadette is supposed to be Cadette.
Yeah.
So some person, okay, so based on where you are, you would say Cadette or Cadette.
Yes.
So the Cadette that played for St. Lucia, keeper of St. Lucia, his origin would have been from Dominica. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His roots.
Okay. So I'm happy that you're saying that because a lot of us tend to think that the Cadette comes from St. Lucia. No, you're saying no, it's from Monjon.
Monjon,
so that is good history for us.
You see, because if you hear the name Cadette, one would think, okay, this thing originated from
Guadeloupe,
or St. Lucia. Mm. But if you talk about Cadette, it's linked to Monjon.
Okay.
There's a lot of cadets in Monjon.
So actually, as you said, a brother who left and went to St. Lucia.
Yes.
And then the men already.
Yeah. There was also a brother left. Brother resided in Granby also. He died. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there will be some cadet.
Yeah.
In Granby.
And one stayed in Roseau. Mm. And I don't know if you knew that one. One was Nathan. He was Nathan Cadette. You ever heard a guy's name Lazarus Cadette?
Lazarus.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
Lazarus Cadette. Okay, let me just throw something on you. Have you ever heard? There was a cadet guy who got himself involved in.
Oh yes, on Cock Street.
Street.
Actually murdered the grandmother of Lakou Sebastian.
Right.
What is he to you?
Well, he's my uncle's son.
Oh, he's your uncle's son.
Mm-hmm. And I tried my best with this guy. I went out, and when he came from Grenada, I went looking for work for him. I found work, got employment, and the person who employed him was a guy, Loftus Emmanuel. You know Loftus Emmanuel who died?
Yes, Leo Emmanuel's son.
And by the way, it's Loftus Emmanuel who gave me the name Georgia.
Okay.
That name came in 1971, 72.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, and it stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So,
for no apparent reason, Georgia, for no apparent reason?
Well, boy, I think it's only biblical names that have meaning, really. If I tell Brain, it's just biblical names that have meaning.
Well, I know, for instance, Otis Redding had that South Georgia on my mind.
Yeah.
Well, the name, yes, Brain. The name Georgia could have been linked to that too.
So you're saying, Georgia, let's go back a little bit. I have to go back to the Lakou part, eh? I haven't forgotten that yet.
Those 3 Lakous.
let's go back a little bit to your uncle's son, Cadette.
Yeah.
You were giving us the story that you found work for him.
Yeah.
What caused him to have gone to this lady's home blind? It looks as if yourself and him were close blood buddies, even if you were cousins.
Okay. You know, the guy had some bad habits. Loved to touch. So his mother used to give him a few dollars every Saturday and go down to the market to buy things. But when he pays for the stuff, the seasonings or whatever, he used to look at the way the place the person used to put the money. And he used to go at the back of the woman and take the money. So, for some time, the woman wanted him to, Olajana, where the money? You know, she sell that thing and then all of a sudden the money disappeared. So they warned him, they called him, he said no. She called the mother, no, it's not my son. And that thing happened consecutively, so the woman did something. Now, you may not believe the story, but if you believe, I'm going to give you a little Bible now. Can I do that?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. The first obeah that took place in this world is in the Garden of Eden. And it was a fake serpent. The serpent that was on the tree was a serpent that that was transformed because it spoke. That was fascinated the woman. So the woman decided, okay, so she did something and she messed up the guy. And the guy's life was just haunted. And he did something, I didn't want to talk about it. You know, he did something terrible. And eventually he was charged, sent to jail for about 10 years. Spent 10 years in Grenada. When he came back down.
In those days, when you committed your crime and you had to take a lot of jail, you would have gone to another country. That's what you're saying?
No, not that.
Or did he do the crime in Grenada?
He did the crime here.
Okay.
But the reason for the crime was discovered. But the person who caused the crime was not charged. I don't know if you get the point.
I'm trying to follow.
Okay, let me go over it again. The guy killed the woman, but he was in love with the woman. But the woman used to work in the prison. And there was a certain guy in the prison that was in love with her. So she had two boyfriends.
Don't knock the desk.
You understand? So the guy went out stealing and used to bring money for her and so on. And then, so the guy in the prison said, man. Well, he wanted his money back because he used to be in jail and used to let him out. And so he wanted his money back. And when he asked the lady, where is my money? I need my money. I'm going to be out of jail. I need my money.
And that is your cousin saying that? That's Cadette saying that?
Yes, saying that. And then eventually she couldn't come up with the money. So he took a cutlass and he chopped the woman down. She died.
You're talking about Margaret, the blind lady in Cock Street?
No.
No.
The
nurse.
woman in
The
Cock
nurse.
Street was the second woman.
Oh, okay.
The first woman.
The one in Cock Street, he was hanged for that.
Okay.
But the reason for sending him to Grenada was that there was somebody involved. Somebody involved. Some important person was involved in that death. So they jailed him in Grenada. And after 10 years, he came back.
At that time, he was living on Cock Street and that on.
But the woman in Cock Street died because of fear. Because when she got to know Mr. was there doing repairs, she bon Dieu, Monsieur Kila. Monsieur Kila. So apparently he heard it. And he died. But this is all history, eh? And,
Yes, that's good history.
And
Bringing back some memories.
that we need to be careful, and we need to guard against all those nonsense and
No, Georgia. Let's go back now to the ice cream maker, Georgia, the ice cream maker. The Lakou would teach you how to do it.
I was not an ice cream maker.
He was an ice cream tuner.
You want to say I was an ice cream tuner?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I will accept that. But I was not an ice, because you see, the thing is that Boboy brought all the ingredients, and then I had to turn. And this is how it happened.
So what about Marco Andrew? Did you do
No.
anything about
Andrew was into his hairdressing, and no, I never really associate myself with this guy.
Okay.
Neither Farrell too.
All right. No. You would know in Roseau at that time, you had a number of guys being labeled as Marco.
Yeah.
So you had Boboy, you had Farrell, you had somebody said I like Beth. Goldie Williams said, Cecil, anyway, you like your Beth. So Curtis, here it is. You had in every corner in Roseau at that time when you're growing up, you had Lai, you had Errol
Marco,
you had Ferdy
Marco, yes.
So in your days, how did you?
You had Twisting Roy Marco.
You had Twisting Roy.
Marco.
How did I forget Twisting Roy that had to dance?
Yeah.
You knew all of those guys, Curtis?
Well, as I told you, I'm 77, and Errol and Ferdy would be too young,
Okay.
for me to associate with. And
What do you mean? What do you mean they're too young?
well,
His age.
How much older was Boboy over that of Errol now?
who is Errol, by the way? I
Can't
don't
remember
know.
the tall Errol that used to
Errol.
live on Kane Avenue. Tall,
Tall Errol.
tall,
He
slim.
lived close to the Carib Cinema,
He's,
in
yeah.
the yacht there. Nice, tall
I
guy.
can't remember. I
Okay.
can't remember this guy.
Okay.
I can't. In fact, the only Marco that I because of where I
The
lived,
location, yeah.
I knew was Boboy Farrell and Andrew and thing.
Mhm.
And these guys, I mean, they live very close to me, so I used to help him out.
Mhm.
But Errol and Ferdy and Lai and all these things, no, I never really associated myself with this.
Okay, all right.
All I did for Boboy was just to turn the
The ice cream.
yeah.
So you didn't cut bread and you didn't sell bunja and so on for him,
Yep.
and eat a lot of the what do you call that?
Machine.
and black pudding.
Black pudding. And he had another thing, his bread and bunjao.
Bread and bunjao, yes. Bread and peanut butter, bread and bunjao.
Peanut butter.
Yeah. And bread and cheese. Bread, butter and cheese.
Yeah.
As a boy growing up, I went
partake-
every Saturday.
I partake.
Friday and Saturday, I had to go and buy my bread and peanuts butter
From Boboy.
And it's good to know that
I-
kids can tell
I
us
never
that you-
loved. I ate it, I'm being honest. I'm not a hypocrite. I ate it, but I never loved
black pudding.
black pudding. I never loved that blood. I just felt, even at an early age, that
Something was wrong?
that one should not indulge in all this. I mean, I didn't mind. I didn't mind the fishing, but that black pudding and and the thing about it, that was that wasn't done properly, because while you're pumping that thing inside, the flies and all those things that surrounds you. No, man.
No, Georgia. I want us to talk a little bit about your brother, Macmillan Dorival. He was a studious guy, intelligent guy, great accountant, a great banker. A lot of people, when they associate in him and they want you to know, they say, "Can you remember the bank manager that used to drink the rum and so on?" So a number of people. How you felt as a brother, that you have a brother so eloquent in his speech, so bright,
Superior.
so superior over you, but yet still he was indulged.
Well, my brother, to be honest, was an educated person. I'm being honest. He did very well in university. He did very well at school. And he had the push. But I hadn't got what the privilege that he had. I never had that. I had nobody. In fact, I would come home and nobody would talk to me about my books, what I've done for the day. And I'll tell you, my mother could not read and write. She could not read and write. I had no father and she could not read and write. But Macmillan's father was a brilliant man. And that makes the difference. That makes the difference. But
Who was Macmillan's father?
Macmillan's father was Mr. Dorival. I think his father was Phenomen Dorival, or some name like this. But another thing is this, that I'll tell you, and I have to be grateful and thankful for the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
We were going to come to the church. We'll come to the
Yeah.
church. We'll come to the church. We're just taking it in strides. Okay, so you were talking about your brother, how brilliant he was and the opportunities that he had. Tell us some things that you and your brother would have done together, some of the things that you remember.
Well, myself and my brother used to get up very early in the morning. He has an old jacket, I have one, and 4 o'clock. And we used to go down to the jail Bushiwi. And and in these cold mornings, we used to be just waiting for big ass, Whatever we kill, we used to bring it home and roast it and eat it. And that was fun for us.
You mean 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, 4:30, yes.
You have to go to the bayfront.
Not the bayfront, the jail Bushiwi.
Jail Bushiwi.
Yeah. That at that time it was big ass season, 4:30, big ass season, and going down, and then you wait for the birds, pigeon, all kind of things.
You had to be Max,
Well, he was good. He was very good.
Mm-hmm.
He was very good, and we used to do very well. And not only us, but there's another guy named, he's a doctor, Edward Morancy. I don't know if you know Edward Morancy, and I think Melton White. Have you heard that name?
Melton White. No, I have not.
Melton White is living in Canada now. I think he's a doctor too.
So those guys, you're saying to us that those guys literally themselves go on the gel bushy with you all?
Yeah. The guys used to be there. Everybody used to be there. That was in those days. Let me share that with you. Thing. In those, you go around now. You go to the riverbank. There's a jam session. There is this. You go to Newtown. There's some heavy music. You go, to Pottersville But in those days, there was nothing, absolutely nothing like that. If you want to go to a dance, you had to go to Coronation Hall. That is down at the market. Right? And that was for adults. And when the Carib Cinema was built in 1955, you had what we call matinee. You can remember that?
Yes, I went to matinee too.
Right.
I went to matinee too.
That was all we had. But now there are places to go, and enjoy yourself, drink and the most common thing now is marijuana and a sort of smoking and drinking and destroying your health,
So you're saying I like that storyline you're giving us in reference to yourself, your brother, and two other guys. The two other guys are doctors, and your brother was one of the leading accountants in Dominica, first bank manager, first national bank manager in Dominica. And you're saying to me that you all went 4:30 in the morning.
4:30 in the morning
to get stones and to send behind birds?
No. Catapult. Catapult.
To ensure that you all get something to eat?
Not to eat. I mean, just have, you kill a bird and you roast it and eat it. That's it.
In the morning?
Yes.
4:30 in the morning?
Yeah, 4:30.
Gel bushiwi?
Gel bushiwi. Wait. You should wait for the guys that going fishing very early. I used to leave, let me tell you, in 1962, 61, 62, we used to leave Great Marlborough Street. And we used to go on a 1-ton truck and go up to to Mount Daniel just to pick mangoes, grafted mangoes. And what are we going to get for that? The pickers. Oh yeah, just fill your stomach with mangoes, that's all. There's nothing else.
What?
Yeah. Just fun. That was the fun of it. There's absolutely nothing else.
So what was breakfast like in the mornings for you all?
Huh?
Growing up, what was breakfast like for you all?
Tone your thing a little higher, a little more.
I was asking, growing up in that period, what was breakfast like?
That's a very good question. What was breakfast like? Boy, there was a baker just by the financial center there, and I used to be going for bread there every morning. And then...
What was that baker's name?
Baker Boy. You wouldn't know him. Baker Boy.
No.
He was the father of a woman we called Mumun. She died. And all you eat is a piece of bread and some kakao.
Kakoti? A piece of bread and kakoti?
Yes.
No oil, no butter, no cheese.
But where you getting that? Now, these days you have children with snacks. And at whatever break time they have things to eat. But in my days there was no snacks. A fellow would come with a little bread and butter. He'd give you a piece of bread. Your good friend bring me a piece now, man. He'd give you a piece and that is it. That's all you can, and not only then, when you when you leave when you leave school at quarter to at 12 o'clock, then your mother would tell you Ali again Saba Bamoy. And that used to piss me off, man.
Quedi? I was asking Georgia if it's Quedi.
No, not Quiddy, no. No, man, if it's Quiddy, you have to wait until everybody leave the shop way.
Well, you have to tell us about that. So what would get you pissed off?
The time factor. When you leave school, you want something to eat. And when you come home at 12 o'clock, you should get something to eat. But no, then you find your parents doing something because you can't blame them. Because my mother to feed us had to be washing the Hyacinth clothes, Smith and Lord's, and this is it. This is how she made her money. Then, in those days, there was no Rubbermaid. So there was an aluminum basin. And she used to put the clothes in the basin and put it on my head and we should go down in the river. This was the life in those days, Cecil.
Wow. So your mother had to wash clothes for people.
To make money.
To make
Yeah,
you survive.
Yeah.
What about ironing?
And yeah, also ironing, yeah.
What they used to iron in those days?
It was a metal stuff, and they put it on the coals. And when you get hot, you have to use a piece of cloth. And then wipe it off, and then that's all they do.
Watcha. That's what they would
do.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
And that would have been maybe for $1.
Well, honestly, I never knew how much she used to get.
Let's talk a little bit about electricity in Rosewood, because we were talking about Rosewood at that time in the 60s. Because you're born in 1947, you said.
Yeah.
And you are telling us that some parts of Rosewood had no lights. Some had. Give us that description of where had lights.
Whether the place was lighted?
Yes.
The place was not lighted. There was a lot of darkness. A lot of darkness in the place because I'm here in the studio right now and I'm looking at the lighting facilities. It's extremely good. But what we had was a 25 watt bulb. And it's one bulb in the house.
Like one bulb?
One bulb.
How many bedrooms?
No, the room was yes. The light shared between the drawing room and the bedroom. But the kitchen was a piece of galvanized outside. The drawing room was 2 little chairs and a little thing to put your little glasses and so on, and that was all.
Yes.
Give me a minute again.
Okay, I'll give you another minute, and we really have to give Georgia that opportunity to go out there and do what he has to do. When you reach a certain age in life, your span is not as you were before, and it's very interesting that Georgia can be giving us all of those beautiful stories. Glenda Bertrand is watching. Teresa Frigis said that, well, in those days, when you do work for people, your mother did not or do not want you to take money or anything from them. If she knew, if she knows you take from them, she will beat you. So she would beat you. So you do not. So you do it for the neighbors. Basically, what she's saying that you couldn't accept monies from anybody, but your parents, or else if you accept money from anybody, that they would really flog you. Also, Mona St. Louis said that she's watching. Christabel White says that she talked when Georgia was talking about the iron. He spoke about the goose. Let's take that call. Let's listen to what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Well, you have to call me back, caller. I'm not getting you. Okay, you have to call me back. Yes, Georgia. So you're giving us that story of home.
Yeah.
Continue.
As I said, that the place was not properly lighted. Let's
take that call quick. Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening to you, caller. I'm not so sure what's going on. Dean, if you're anywhere close, you can try to help me out with this. Not so sure what's going on. Yes, go ahead, Georgia.
Yes, it was not properly lighted. My mother only had one bulb, and it was a 25. And how much brilliance you're going to get with 25 watts bulb? Nothing much. Where I lived with my daughter, Agnes Shannon, there was no light at all. Used candles and so on. And so...
You're not saying that, and I can imagine children listening to you now, saying candles?
Yes, candles.
I and some of us really cannot understand that. Let me see if the call can go through this time. Good evening to you, caller. Definitely, Dean Thomas, wherever you are at this time, I think you need to get in touch with me because our calls are not going through. I heard Ivan earlier on making mention of it. So I know the interaction with the people is very, very important. So Dean Thomas, wherever you are, please give me a call or please check me at DBS Radio so we can rectify that problem in reference to the water. In reference to the phones, because the phones have been going on and on and on, and it's not working. So Dean Thomas, wherever you are, I would appreciate that if you could come across and to really help in solving that problem for us. Yes, Georgia. So you're saying now, Georgia?
Yes, that this place wasn't properly lighted, and where I lived with my daughter there was no electrical things there. We had candles, and that's how life was with us. In fact, there was no water. In fact, there was only one. There was only one standpipe.
That's in Upper Lane, or you took
in New Street, which is Kennedy's Avenue.
Right, New Street.
Yeah, there was only one standpipe there.
Where would that standpipe be?
That standpipe was
Bobo used to sell?
Located where Bobo used to sell, yeah.
And
that is under the Teasers.
Yes, the Asta fans, I think, once upon a time was
in
that same area. So people are trying to wonder, it's on the corner of Cox Street and Kennedy Avenue. In the good old days, we said New Street.
Yeah.
That's where we're talking about. It's more to the east of the area that we're speaking of. So very good memory, Curtis. So yes, so you're saying that time you only had one standpipe.
One standpipe, and I had to carry water for the girls. I was the water boy. I had to carry the water for my sisters, and then. That was it. But things changed. When we moved up to Great Marlborough Street. There was my mother got a new house there, and there was water running through the pipes, and and that was good.
So you had light, you had water.
Yeah.
Bigger house.
Yeah, it was bigger.
Tell us about it.
It was a bigger house, yes. There's 2 bedrooms, kitchen, and we had a toilet and a bathroom outside. But the funny thing about the house is this: if you were to bring in something like a fridge or anything, you had to pass on somebody's land to enter, because the way the place was designed, we only had a front door for the house, but we hadn't got a lakou. There was no lakou. We never had any yard. So in other words, for us to get anything heavy into our home, we had to ask the neighbor if she can allow us. And she was a very nice neighbor, and she used to allow my mother to bring in anything that she has.
Wow.
Right. But Curtis,
Yes.
just to go back a little bit, in your early days where you lived, was there any toilets?
No, there was no toilets.
So what did you do?
Well, what we did, well, not the girls, you know, not the girls, but my brother. Life has changed. My brother Mark Miller and myself, whenever nature called, we used to run down to the river. Not in the river. There was a toilet attached to the latest bridge that was built.
So you're talking about the new bridge.
The bridge by Old Scotland, you know.
Yes, that's the
by
new bridge.
Scotland there.
Yes.
The bridge going out of Roseau.
Out of Roseau.
Yes.
So, but in those days, you had 1, 2, 3 apartments, right? 4 apartments, yeah. 2 for women and 2, right? And
I know it make you laugh.
every now and again, I mean, Brinas, I'll tell him, every now and again, you know, the guys leave the trucks to come and pick up the thing, you know, and go and dump it and so on.
Mm-hmm.
We had a guy, well, you may not know him, Cecil, but we had a guy, he's a specialist in that.
King Kaka? You know King Kaka? Come on, man. You tell me I don't know King Kaka?
So,
Hold on.
but you know,
Curtis. Georgia. I should call you Georgia.
Yes,
Yeah.
Georgia, are you talking about King Kaka?
you remember King Kaka?
But come on,
Yeah, but
Curtis.
he must be a
So,
specialist.
that's the uncle of matron. Let's say matron. So Major
Yeah.
Richards.
Yeah.
Baba Richards.
Yeah, Baba Richards.
Baba Richards'
yeah.
uncle.
Especially
King Kaka.
And the guy was so willing to help, you know, man. And still, you know, we used to attach that name, man, you know, and I don't know if we should say abuse the guy, man.
King
But he did a
Kaka.
fantastic job, you know.
He was living on Hillsborough Street, right?
He used to live, yes, Hillsborough Street. Yeah, Hillsborough Street.
Where the Hasbro Center is.
Yeah,
now.
a little lower down the Hasbro
Yeah,
Center,
right.
yeah. That's where he lived,
Right.
yeah.
King Kaka. Yeah. I have age, you know, Georgia.
Georgia.
I'm not as
Okay.
young as you think.
Yeah, but you look good.
Yeah.
You too.
But he used to come very early and do his job and get everything done for us. And
So let me ask you, Curtis.
Mhm.
There wasn't a time that you would have gone to the latrine, that's what they used to call it, the public convenient, and there would have so many guys that you'd have to go and do it on the wall?
yes, man. Or go down here. I used to do that, yes.
Give us that experience.
Yeah.
Fellas would perch.
There are times based on how things are, you know, you can't go too far and you let it go, you know, on the wall. You understand?
What was your toilet paper?
Oh my God. There was no toilet paper.
So what was your toilet paper?
brown sugar bags. Brown paper, man.
So you take that from home and
Yeah, brown paper, and you wet that and soften it up, you know.
what about the stones?
Boy, you have to make sure that you get wrong stones. The stones have to be round.
So you use stones and
You
brown
use stones.
paper.
If you have got paper, use stones, but you have to make sure that you're close to water.
So what about green leaves?
No, I never like these things. I never used that. No. But you see, the thing is, Cecil, that where we lived, I mean, the only trees that I knew is the coxsackie tree, you know.
Yeah, you can use that.
You understand? I mean, the guys in the country had this kind of, you know,
Luxury.
luxury, you know.
Dashing leaf, you know.
But where I lived in Upper Lane and thing, there's how many, 4 or 5 coxsackie trees. And
So
that's
what
it.
about Roseau and electricity? What about the street lights? Was there?
The street light was extremely poor. They were very poor because I don't know if the electrical strength at the time was, could accommodate those things, but it was very, very poor. The lighting wasn't all that good.
No, Georgia, let's look at the 60s, the life of the 60s. People becoming more conscious of themselves. The black race was calling for more autonomy. The black race was talking about black power and the strength of black power. How did that movement itself help in shaping your upbringing?
Well, I'll tell you. I think I got from an early age, I got some people to tutor me very early. In 1963, I was exposed to religion at 16 years. So when the black power system came in, to me, I look at it as, what are the benefits? What are the benefits of black power? What I hope to get, what I hope to obtain. There's no eternal life in that. I noticed, again, it boils down to, I noticed this guy from Guyana. He lost his life.
Rodney?
And many...
You talk about Rodney?
Rodney. I look at this guy in 1965, Malcolm X. I mean, what were they fighting for? Okay, you may say they were fighting for
consciousness of black people.
Consciousness of black people and all this kind of thing, yes. But there are always better things for me to do than to go and fight for those kind of things, man. I remember, I don't know if you know a guy named Bosi.
Bosi, the post office?
The
Bosi, the post office?
post office politician as well.
I don't know if he was a politician.
But
I know he was
Ferguson?
an activist. Huh?
Bosi's Ferguson?
Yes.
Bosi was actively involved in, it was three. It was Douglas, Bosi, and this guy from Marigot. He was kind of partially blind.
Pat Stevens.
Thank you, man, brain man. Pat Stevens. They all met in the gardens, and I was there. They were talking about, well, I think Ruzi had just, I think he had just arrived when he came from Canada, and that's where the whole thing started. A lot of questions was asked, and Ruzi answered all the questions. But I was never actively involved in that. I never shared in that. I never really...
So in those days, growing up as a boy, marijuana was the in thing, black power was the in thing. You never saw yourself wanting to align to any one of them?
Yes,
Yes.
The black power, no. I never like the black power lifestyle, platinum of the hair and all this kind of nonsense. But I shared in the marijuana.
How did you share? I don't understand.
Well, marijuana came in 1968 to Dominica. And the guy who introduced marijuana to us is a fella, you will not know him, is Melton's white brother, Choky White. You ever heard that name?
No, I don't ever heard that name.
Choky White stowed, that word came back, and went to England. And then they deported him after a while, and he came back here in 68. But the drug was, I don't know, in England, the drug was, the drug was, it was accessible. And Choky White brought down, not he brought it down, but he brought down the concept, the whole thing down to Dominica. And there was a boat named Dapper. And Dapa used to take the drug from Jamaica. And it was the only boat that brought along lumber to Dominica. So the guys on board used to take that opportunity. Well, we go to Dominica, man, let us hold a few pounds of things. So then Choky White, Dominicans never knew what was marijuana, you know. Choky White, with that knowledge, capitalized on the whole thing and introduced marijuana to Dominicans. And I was one of them that tasted it in 68, 67, 69.
Taste, sell, what was it like? So that means you were an agent, you sold, you...
No, I never liked I use it for pleasure.
Use it for pleasure?
Yeah, I use it for pleasure.
So in all of this, did that bring that consciousness of that black power into you? Because at that period when guys smoked marijuana, just all about the black consciousness, how that never got into you?
As I told you, I never really associated with the guy with the black power idea, you know. I never had time for that. You know, I mean, I smoke the herb and enjoy it, you know, get the pleasure that it gives. And that is it. But to see, go and associate with people. And no, I.
So, Georgia, you can say that you were one of the original smoker of marijuana when it first came to Dominica.
I don't know if I wonder if I can say that, but I can the knowledge I can share this the whole concept or the history where marijuana came from and who brought marijuana into this country.
So when it arrived in Dominica, how did you yourself associate it with that white guy? He
was not a friend of mine because he was far older than me. But because when he introduced it to us, I remember a guy, I don't know if he's dead now, he's from Marigot. When I tasted that, I didn't like it. I gave it to him. I said that was nonsense. So I began using it somewhere about 1970. But when I tasted it in 68, you know, I didn't like that, man. I preferred my cocktail and my monge and my olok, you know, from Trinidad. Mm-hmm. You know, it was tastier than that thing. But the marijuana, I never really liked it. Mm-hmm. But afterwards, I did keep on smoking until the day came and I say, I've had enough of that crap. And I gave it up.
No, let me ask you.
I gave it up about 1972.
So you didn't smoke it for a very long time. Let me ask you, Curtis. In that period of the 70s, you had young boys who call themselves Dread. What did you make of those boys or young men during that period? Did you?
Well, I'm not going to say that I was a special individual, you understand? I wasn't a special individual. But I had a foreknowledge already of Christ. I had a foreknowledge of Christ in 1963. So I looked at dreadism as a waste of life. I looked at people got shot for what? You know? And the only thing a person should really sacrifice his life for is for Christ. Nothing else.
But as you're saying that, someone just said, I think it is ignorant to say that Black Power movement was nonsense. That's what religion does to us. No self-awareness. What would you have to respond to that person?
I don't know. Well, this is the person's personal opinion. But I've had experience with people who got actively involved in the Black Power movement, and I'm looking at them today. What have they achieved? What have they achieved?
Maybe create a better society for us to be more aware of ourselves.
aware of yourself?
Yes.
But I'm always aware of myself.
Much more consciousness.
Much
into
more
you.
conscious. The Bible has made it clear to me who I am. What am I doing here? Where am I going?
Another person might say to you that the Bible was written by a white man. Another person might say to you, who was King James Version to write the Bible? Another person might say, yes, the Bible is what's supposed to help us to understand the relationship between ourselves
The
and God.
person may say all those things, but there's one thing the person cannot say, is to share the transformative power of the gospel. They'll say some a white man, a black man wrote the King James Version, a white man wrote the New Testament. Yes, but the power that comes from the Holy Spirit that transforms you, that person never experienced that. He talks about editing, he talks about printing and all those kind of things. Yes, I agree that. Can be a white man, it can be a black man. But I'm concerned about the work that is being done in your heart. That's all.
Okay, Georgia. So, in the 60s into the 70s, you were not so much of a convinced person of the issue of black power. But
No, I never shared in that.
But you would have seen the transformation, though, of lives in terms of the black awareness, knowing themselves, knowing where they came from, knowing their background. Because we were once told what the white man told us. Now we make bigger research or more research, and we found out where we came from, our background. Some of us find out where our ancestors were. So you don't think that was important for us as a black people?
Well, I think there's a lot of importance attached to that. I mean, if you don't know something and thank God you get to know it, you should regard it.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
I'm not saying it's all thing.
Okay.
I just
wanted you to accept that. That's all.
I'm not saying that. I mean, you don't know something, and then somebody. It's like I was listening to a program tonight, and somebody asked one of the guys a question, and in fact, one of the guys said that Jesus is not coming back again. What can you do, right? But you have to prove to yourself that Jesus is coming back again. They might not believe you. You understand?
Yes. I do not want to make this program a religious program, but someone sent a question. I think I need to ask you that question. The person said, are you a human being or a Christian? You mentioned that Eden was the first place of Obeah. Do you know that Africa civilization is older than Jesus Christ?
Africa civilization is older than Jesus Christ? I say yes.
Okay.
So what that has to do with?
No, the person asked the question. I just the person maybe wanted
what
to find.
that has to do?
No, based on what you said.
But
earlier.
I can say. Listen to that. I can say that the Babylonian system is older than the African system. Nimrod was the architect of Babylon. Now that is true. Physical Babylon existed long before. I don't know. Well, again, my belief in the whole thing is this: that Africans, Europeans, not Americans, they all came from Babel. That is my concept. So as to when the African nation was born, I mean, I know Africa was there, Europe was there. It was not even called Europe, but the land was there from creation.
I also want to, that's the last religious question I'm going to ask you, because I want to go deeper into your life. But I want to ask you, in reference to what is going on now in Israel and Palestine, what is your views of the things that Israel is doing to Palestine? Or vice versa?
Let me tell you, again, the place Palestine was called Palestine before the Palestinians lived there. The Jews rather were called, that lived there, they were called Palestines or Palestinians. The land, as far as biblically, the land of Palestine belonged to Israel. And it is
repeat that again.
The land where the Palestinians live right now, that land was first given to Israel.
I don't believe that. But anyway, go ahead.
If you go to the book of Kings, well, you said you're not going to talk about religion. Okay, let's leave that. But the name Jerusalem,
the capital of Israel.
Right. David said to his people, or his commanders, the one who conquered Jerusalem will marry my daughter.
But do you also look at when Abraham, all right, when Abraham brought forth his first son, you remember who's Abraham's first son?
Ishmael.
You remember who's Abraham's second son?
The son of a promise?
Son of a promise, yeah. You remember that first
Isaac.
son? Isaac. So you had Ishmael. Ishmael was born from the servant of Abraham. Is that correct to say?
That's correct.
And then Ishmael was born from the wife of Abraham. Okay?
Yeah.
When the wife of Abraham sent his first son away, where did he go to?
He gave us some bread. He gave us some water. And she went out. But she went out with a promise.
To where?
Well, I want to be correct because I don't want to say anything that anybody comes and say, oh no, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not certain whether she went to Egypt or wherever, but I know definitely that.
They were there before, they were in Palestine before the first son of Abraham with his wife. That for sure we are aware of. So if you're talking about stolen lands, from a biblical point of view, I think the European Jews, because remember, these are not the real Jews, they are the European Jews. I can go into discussion of this, but I don't want to go into the religious. I'm here because we want to talk about
his life,
about your life. But as much as you brought in a little religion, I just felt I wanted to ask you that question.
Let me just share that with you, right? Because I'm going to share what I know about the Bible has said about it.
Mm-hmm.
When Moses left Egypt, they was promised to enter into the promised land. That was where they were heading to. But the promised land did not come as easy as they thought. They had to fight for it. And all along the way, they had to conquer all the Philistines, every single nation. And the instructions were, there are 12 tribes. Let's lay a tribe there. Put a tribe there as you go down, as you go. You conquer the land, leave a tribe there. So Israel had a lot of land, possessed a lot of land. But because of their disobedience, they were just crushed into or squeezed into that little piece. In fact, Israel is one of the smallest country in the Middle East, This is exactly what happened. But Israel was not supposed to be like that. because they had conquered all the land of Arabia and Egypt, and not Egypt, but all the land of Arabia and all the land
Jordan and all of that.
Jordan and all of that, Lebanon, all that was Israel land. They had conquered it.
That's the real Jews. But what we are now talking about, these are
No, I'm talking about.
We're talking with anyway, Georgia. That's for another discussion.
All right.
I do not want to discuss religion here for anyone to have the wrong concept of the program here tonight. I really want us to stay focused.
Let's go on to something else.
Right. So now, Curtis, I'm going back now to you in the 60s and the 70s. What you find amazing of the 70s? What did you find amazing of the 70s?
Well, there's a lot of enlightenment. I remember the 70s. What the 70s brought now?
Brought independence for sure.
Huh?
It brought independence. We saw independence in '78. We also saw.
It brought independence.
We also
brought a devastating hurricane too.
Right. We also saw that people took jail from the political side. We saw there were uprisings of May '79. So we saw quite a lot in the 70s.
It brought a lot, But as I told you, I was never really mindful of those kind of things. I never shared in fact, even the uprising, I wasn't around in the uprising. I was at my home. Yeah.
Bafa State?
No, Bafa State, yes, we were there 2 years there. We had lived about 77, 78, about 2 years there. Yeah.
Okay. No, Georgia. Tell us a little bit about you and you being a trucker. I heard quite a lot of you talking about being a trucker.
Trucking began with me somewhere in 63. I spent some time with Carlton Phillip and up in Pocasset, and we would tarishing the road, all the road down to. We went from Monjon to La Plaine and to the entrance of Boudica. We did another road. We did Cassabruce and we did Cassabruce and a number of areas that we did. Tarish the road for the people. At least make things more accessible. During that period. It wasn't easy. Mm-hmm. It was a lot of work, a lot of hard work. But we gave the people good roads.
So you were part of the process, because last week we had another guy, Mr. Lloyd Pascal, who spoke quite a lot about Chimé, Wive, Auvent. So you were part and parcel of the development of those roads in the 70s?
Chimé, Wive, Auvent. I don't know what Pascal mean, whether he mean the cutting of the road or the tarishing of the road.
No, we are saying that in those days that they had to pass some other tracks.
Through the lake.
Through the lake to get to Roseau.
Mm-hmm.
People from Delis had to pass another track to get to Roseau.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cutting of the road, gave them that opportunity to come to Roseau on basically better roads.
Yes, the cutting of the road. Mm-hmm. And the tarish came in somewhere in 63, and 64, but the cutting of the road was a good thing. It was extremely good because I used to walk from, I used to leave my home 11 o'clock in the night, 1 o'clock in the night, and I used to walk up to Loda, pass through the lake to go to Monjon.
So hold on.
You had a girlfriend there?
No, he said he's working.
No, he had a woman there.
No. No.
Bring you something else.
No, I just asked you.
The man said he was working. Oh. Like the people in...
No. Sorry, that's what he said?
I said I do not want him to take it out of context. Like the people of the East, they used to get up 1 o'clock in the morning to get themselves ready to go to Roseau and arrive in Roseau at whatever time.
Right.
So you now having to leave Roseau to get to Mount John, you'd have to wake up at the same time.
But what you had there,
Yeah, you see, I'll answer brain question. The thing is, as I remember, I told you that Cardinal Philip, right? His sisters, his aunties lived in town. So 2 aunties came down from Mount John. And when they saw me, well, hey, that's their brother's child and so on, so they said they're going to take me up to Mount John. So I went up and we had to leave at 1 o'clock in the morning and walk, and it's a lot of walking. Walk up to Loda, then go down to the lake, then Mount John. You pass through, but away from it, from Grand Fort, and then you go down to Mount John. So when you reach Mount John, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the day. You know? So this was a lot of walking for us. So when the person said that she may weave over, that was good news. You know. Then we we began tarishing the road. So we used to pull the tarish from Pocassi down to well, we started from Rosalie. Yes, from Rosalie, then up to a little few hamlets around that I can't remember the name.
So Rosalie, Grand Fort, Mount
Well,
John.
no, Grand Fort is to the right, but Rosalie, you just have to go straight up to River Sirik.
River Sirik, yes.
River Sirik, and you tarish all River Sirik, then you reach Mount John, and then you go down to La Plaine, and that's it.
Okay.
But it was a good thing.
So we can see that you're also a pioneer of
I
roads.
I contributed to that too. I contributed to that
And
too.
you made mention of Carlton Phillip. What is Carlton Phillip contribution to that?
Well, when Carlton Phillip had a business place in Paz, Paz, there was a Paz in close to the East Yellowback Bridge.
No, I'm hearing that for the first time.
You know that, Brian?
yeah, I know that. I know his place.
Yeah.
there.
So Carlton Phillip had a business place down there, and I used to be the guy selling the ice for him, because in those days, very few people had fridges and able to refrigerate their stuff. So they used to come 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock for the ice, and I used to be selling ice for them. And that's how we used to get our ice, in blocks. And so when he left that, he bought a truck, and then he began carrying tarish, trucking tarish. Then he bought another truck, a dump truck. So I stayed on the wooden box truck. And I began working there with the guy. So Carlton Phillip, also contributed to the tarishing of the roads he had his own personal dump truck, and going up and down to River Sirik, and
Caterpillars belong to the government?
Huh?
The caterpillars who belong into the government?
The caterpillars belonged. There was no private owners in those days. It belonged to the government. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what more you can tell us about being a trucker? You established the organization. You brought it on board.
There was another area that we worked, where a young boy about 10 years died, and I saw it. Well, we used to take we pull the tires from Pocas, and we go down to San Sauvé, sorry. But then there was no bridge in San Sauvé. So you had to go down into the river, and then put your foot together, and then you're going up. But there's some schoolboys, 10, 12 years, waiting for us after school. And they would jump on the truck, and we don't really know. So Edward Green was going up, and the boy jumped on the stepney. You know, you have to hold first, and then. So when he jumped, he had a little khaki tennis, and he slide. And when he slide, he fell. Instead, he fell out. He fell under the truck's wheel, and the tire just cut his head. And when I reached there and I saw the guy's brain was out, everything, then the priest came. The priest took some white cloth and covered the body. But it was a very sad day for us during that period.
I'm sure if anybody is listening, they can maybe call us and send.
That happened. WhatsApp. That happened in Saint-Sauveur.
Yes, to actually tell us who is the boy, if they will remember, it was the family. You know, sometimes it's good to bring some things back.
I know, but honestly, I cannot recall. I cannot identify. I cannot. All I know that the boy died. And
by any chance, would you have seen the parents when the parents found out what happened?
No. Okay. I never saw the parents. So when I got the news, I was on the Castlebrooke stretch, going down for load, and a guy from Port Michel told me, "Gassa, me Edward Green Chambourg Antiboila." I said, "What?"
Like our Edward Green that just died recently.
Yeah.
You're talking about
Al Capone.
Al Capone. We're talking about Al Capone.
Yeah, Al Capone. And I got the news and I say, okay, so I decide I'm going out. So I went, I met the guy and I saw the boy on the ground. Then he was covered with a piece of cloth. Then I had to go to the Castlebrooke police station with Edward Green. And I think they all say it's an accident, and so on. It wasn't anything willful.
And that was it?
That was it.
Wow.
Paul, little boy, he died about 10 or 12 years, and he would have been a grandfather now. He would have been a grandfather now.
Yeah. As fate would have put it. No, Georgia, we are talking about what happened in the 70s. I know that Hurricane David came in 1979, and you played a very integral role in Bafa State. You opened a shop, you gave electricity, I think you had a generator, if not the only person with a generator in Bafa State at the time, and give your neighbors light. Help us to have a greater understanding as to what happened.
Yeah, after Hurricane David, I organized a business place, and I'm doing very well there. And I went to a guy called McNamara. He was in charge of the telephone department, and he was in charge of generators and everything. And I spoke to him, and I told him about my plans, what I intend to do. But before that, I gave myself to study generating principles and so on, and I acquired the basic principles and so I was doing some repairs, and I repaired for him, and then I got to know that there was a generator line at that's before Wesley,
London Dairy,
and he told me, okay, you can go for it, and so on. And I took it. But the thing was all messed up, all the electrical units and so on, was all destroyed and so on. So I had to get one of the experts in Domlec. I think he was the manager at the time. I forgot his name, young guy. And I say, man, I'll tell you, man.
Is it Bruni?
Bruni, yeah, Bruni. And Bruni told me, Curtis, I understand what you want to do. I'm going to help you. But I'm going to show you something. You understand the thing, but I'm going to show you something that you need to know. And the guy took some rectifiers, and he made a single bridge, man, and showed me how to do it, and free transformers. And I was able to give 10 homes, I lighted 10 homes, But the only problem I had, at times we can be stubborn, is that I told the people, please do not use no ironing machine. Do not use no iron. Please, you cannot iron because the iron takes 1,000 watts. And the people, while the generator running, they would put they want to press their clothes, and they would just shut it down. But although, now I could not discover in which of the phases that I was getting the problem. So I had to go back to the homes and tell them, please, I have spoken to you all, do not put your iron on. And then they kind of decided that's it. They decided they're going to just commit themselves to that. And I was getting oil from the government, from Public Works, and there was a contribution made. There was a contribution made for fuel, and we used to just run the generator. I used to run it from about other system, because I realized people don't need lights at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, but people coming from work 12, 1 o'clock they need. So I used to run it from 10 to 11 o'clock in the night, and I would shut it down. And it serves us well.
No, give us your experience of Hurricane David.
Hurricane David was, I don't know. Hurricane David, I can remember my house fell apart. The back, the roof went, the front went. So myself and my wife had to hide ourselves we hid in the toilet. And that's the only thing that stood up, really. And we took David there. I can't remember how many hours it lasted, but it was really, really terrible. And during Maria again, that was our fortress. That was the place that saved us. But I'll tell you, Hurricane David came in and it devastated this country, but a lot of good came out of it. A lot of good came out of it too.
What is it good that you saw in Hurricane David?
Well, there was a renewal of a lot of things, because when my house was built, the roofing material was something like Ginasco, some kind of compressed, not cardboard, no, but some compressed material that if you walk on it, you could just, burst it open. And when they were repairing, we were able to get brand new galvanized, and a lot of things was better, and a lot of things.
How did people like yourself got access to getting a house in Baffin State?
Talk a little louder.
How did you get access to getting a house in Baffin State?
Well, I decided I needed a house. At my age, I needed a house. So I went up to the Prime Minister. I went to the Prime Minister and I spoke to him. And
That time he was premier, right?
Huh?
At that time he was premier.
Yes, it was Premier. It was Patrick John. I went and I went and I talked to him and I told him, sir, I need a proper home. I need a home to live and well, that was the second time. Well, I knew him as a footballer. I knew him as a footballer because you see, his mother and father lived in New Street, that was opposite Cecil Hector's business place. And so I went and I talked to him, I spoke to him, and I told him about my plans and what I need to do, and he told me okay, and he gave me a house, gave me the keys, and I'm there. That's where I am up to today.
No, I know Georgia because I too lived in Bath Estate. There were prime times when you as a resident of Bath Estate would have used your dumper to go out campaigning. Give us a kind of background as to why and how you went about doing this.
You mean cleaning?
Campaigning, going out to the political parties.
Well, before you answer that question, he's not a Christian by at that time?
At that time he was an Adventist.
But he going campaigning?
No. When I was campaigning, well, you see, the thing is, I'll tell you, I first met, well, it's a little politics, eh? I first met Shanna Olfrey in 1959. She brought down a V8 Pilot from Trinidad. And I was the one washing it for her, and so on. So I got kind of connected to these people. Just about, 60 or just about 13 years, I think, 13 years. So I got connected to these people and so on. And by 65, I was able to vote. And I voted them. And from then onwards, I've always been the type of person who feels that the Labour Party is the party that can really, that cared for people. And that's where I am. I've always been a Labourite, and I mean, being a Christian does not mean that you cannot express your democratic rights. I've always been who I am, but I will not mix politics on the platform. When I'm on the platform is set aside for the gospel, and that's all I know. I mean, I will not wear a red, I will not wear blue during the campaign. I will wear a neutral color, and that's my policy.
So I was asking you, Georgia, in reference to you using your truck or trucks during the campaign.
Yes, I used it. I used it a number of times. I used it before the fuel crisis in 75. By then I had gotten a truck from Carlton Phillip, the dump truck, and in 1975, I can remember fueling by Macmillan, and we would go all about supporting our party.
Now, I know, Georgia, that people like Cyrene, you remember Cyrene, may her soul rest in peace, and yourself were very close. outside the fact that you all are Christians? Why so?
Cyrene came in lately. Cyrene could not climb the dump truck. When I got a bus, and then Cyrene would come on the bus, and then we'd go as usual and support the politicians, support them, parliamentarians, support them.
There were a number of elderly people that I know, Georgia, that you looked up to during that period of the 70s. So I said Cyrene, there was this other lady that lived, Kathy and them grandmother, I'm trying to remember her name. And there was this lady, the sister of Patrick John. These people looked up at you as not just an elder of a church, but looked up at Georgia as a good role model. I wonder why.
Yes, not only these old people, but the people in Bafa State, definitely, I think they look up to me as, somebody that, because, you see, you have to be a role model. You have to, set the examples and that others may follow, especially religious examples. And one of the things, again, that I know that they're happy about is that I don't share in the common things. I don't drink. I don't smoke around, I don't sit and discuss. No, I don't do those things. I don't associate with just sit around and drink and smoke, and no, I don't do that. If I'm to counsel, I counsel. If you want an advice, I give an advice. If you want an assistance, whatever, if my truck or my van or whatever. In fact, I don't know if there's another person in Bafa State when people are sick in the night. Well, now we have ambulances all about running to and fro. But before it wasn't like that,
Before it was Georgia.
Yeah,
Georgia was the ambulance.
A person falls sick, you come to my home,
Mm-hmm.
And then because there were few vehicles in Bafa State, in the 70s.
Yes, yeah.
Few,
Mm-hmm.
If I'm to recall, the few people.
Or yourself, Brother Joe.
Yeah, Brother Joe had a vehicle.
Who else I remember?
So you find,
I'm trying to remember the people who had vehicles in those days.
Yeah, there were a few people in vehicles in those days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember.
In your lane in the 70s, just yourself and Brother Joe.
In my lane was only two persons in vehicles.
If I go to Lime Street, I can't recall anybody in Lime Street having a vehicle straight above you.
Yeah.
In my lane, Mr. Pond used to have the prison's vehicle. Alan John Baptist used to have his Peugeot.
Mm-hmm. But now, there are vehicles right now in Bafa State you can hardly pass.
Right.
Wow.
There are vehicles on both sides now.
Mm-hmm.
Where I live there now, I have to reverse.
Mm-hmm. Someone just said, that's right. It was a call. It was called Brother Curtis at any time, and people said, God bless you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I won't take the credit for that, but I knew that I would assist the people as much as I can,
Now, Curtis, you became a Christian when? You move away, you did a 360 when? Give your life to Christ. The common cliche.
Hold on a while. Give me a minute again, eh?
Yes, I'll give you another minute. Yes, you request that time.
Right, time out. Okay.
Yeah, so
very interesting.
Yeah, very very interesting. That Georgia can actually tell us,
his life as a
story.
trucker.
Mm-hmm.
But I also believe, Cecil, besides trucking, did he have any backhoes at one time?
He will tell us when he comes back.
When he comes back. To me, I saw him at some point in time. I had a small D6 or some backhoe.
I know that Georgia used to have his big dumpers, And when he had his dumpers, that Georgia would go out, as I was saying to him, he's very meek about it, that he would give his service during campaign time to his political party.
Oh, yes.
Where you had people would go at the back of his big dump truck.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Then later on, he graduated to a bus.
Okay.
And people used to be on. I'm not so sure what's wrong with my telephone tonight. I really don't know. Let me try again. Good evening. And I'm trying to get Dean Thomas, the technician. Oh shoot! As I have said to them recently, that they need to monitor, because some things will happen which we are not familiar with as persons on air. But let's see what happens in the morning.
Right.
But
very interesting.
Sorry about that, callers, that we cannot take your calls. I've been seeing your calls all night coming in. I know that you want to react with Brother Curtis. Yes, you're saying very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. I know, for instance...
as you're talking, I want to find out from the people what's the scores West Indies playing South Africa. Though that Chase has 44, Mears 29. I wonder who did they drop. I'm not so sure. So anyone who has the scores can actually...
Who's batting first?
Well, it looks as if West Indies is batting. I don't know. I really don't know. Because we're not monitoring it. Someone can help me to give us the scores of the cricket. I'll be very glad to have that. You're saying no?
Yeah, I was saying basically giving his life to Christ, a man like him who is so versatile. He have truck, he have shop, he have all those things. Satan would be tempting him. And how did he get away from that?
Well, he's right here. He's right
here.
Curtis,
how did you get away from that?
Temptation.
I
was told that I'm pouring out for Doc.
Wow.
Temptation is all around, man. There'll always be temptation.
You have truck, you have shop, you
have all there's always been temptation. But you have to understand the values, which is more valuable. To honor somebody that has sacrificed his life for you, or to just lean on these little temporal things, and these temporal things disappear so quickly.
Yes.
You understand? So I sense the value of those things, and money and honor, wealth, prestige and influence, those things, they don't last. When you go down, they go down with you. Mm-hmm. And most of the times, if you're fortunate, the only thing you'll go with is a little three-piece suit. And that's it, and everything else.
I just want to say to our listeners and those who may be viewing, and that West Indies, as far as I understood, is 73-4-2, pour one out for a Doc, and we're just hoping to see
how many overs.
Well, the person that didn't give me the information of the overs, so if they can give us not a ball by ball, but if they can give us some information, I'll be very happy, so that we can maybe tell our listeners and maybe those who are viewing on social media, hope that the person said hope that took the Doc, so hope took a Doc and Puran out for one. So thanks for that information, caller. I'm person on Facebook. So hope took the Doc and Puran out for one. And now we have Kerwin Braffett on and somebody else is batting. The scores is 73-4-2. All right, so I hope that you can give us the scores as we go along. So now, Brother Curtis. Yes, we were talking about, and someone said to you, people are tempted every day. And the person was talking to you. People are tempted every day. And the person said, what kind of question is that?
No.
It's a choice.
No. I had to ask him. He's a man of the Lord. Mm. He has all these assets. Uh-huh. He has his truck. Uh-huh. He has heavy equipment. Uh-huh. He's a tall, good-looking man. He has a nice voice. I just wanted to find out whether Satan had ever come to tempt him, and how did he get into the fifth, where he's now fully committed. That's all I want. That's all. Before
he answers, Kerwin Braffett said that the scores 85-2 in 11 overs. Thank you very much, Kerwin Braffett, for that information. So 11 overs, 85-2.
That's not
yes,
bad.
Georgia, tell us about how you became how you became a Christian, how you accepted the Christian
Christ.
faith.
Well, as I told you, I had an early upbringing in the church. I was in the church in 1963, I was 16 years.
Adventist?
Yes. So I had a background. I had a little knowledge. I wasn't fully devoted to the church, but I had a knowledge of righteousness. But I left, and I spent 3 months there, and I left. Then I went to Newtown, and I met some boys. I met Loftus Emmanuel, and met Razad, I met a few guys, and that is where my smoking developed.
Okay, just before you continue, 86 for 3 in 12 overs. Just wanted to tell our listeners, 86 for 3 in 12 overs. I'm not so sure if the person got out, but 86 for 3. Now, Georgia, you spoke earlier on about Carlton Phillip, and I remembered that Carlton Phillip had a business on Fields Lane. And if memory serves me right, your first son lived very close to Carlton Phillip's home. Is that a fact?
Yeah.
And that's how you met her?
So what do you want to know?
No, I earlier on that Brain said that you had a girlfriend in Luda. Oh, sorry, you had a girlfriend in the East. That's why you went up there and you never answered. You said you had answered it.
No. I was a boy in those days, man. I was a young guy, young boy, when you see in those days, you're not all that vicious, man, Never really thought of those things. And that was in 59, 57. But I remember Carlton Phillip had a business place there. And during the time he was into the rental business. That's where it started. Then he moved over to Karam. And he expanded his business there, But I was saying to you that how I returned. I went to Newtown and spent some time. And then we had a festival. I don't know if you remember the festival we had in
Newtown?
In Newtown, 1972.
Yes. That's with
the Harlem Festival.
Yeah, that's with Loftus Emmanuel.
Loftus Emmanuel and these other. We got the concept from
Woodstock.
How you know that?
I'm following, from Woodstock.
Oh yeah, yeah. So we got it from Woodstock. We met guys like we saw guys like Jimi Hendrix and a number of great musicians. So we thought of it and we decided we can try something, and we got it, and we got. I was the guy with the dump truck, and we brought a lot of palm trees and bamboos, and we fenced the entire Newtown Savannah. And we got bands from Blue Wonders from England, and we got DJs from Antigua, and we got Down Swinging Stars and other bands. But there are a few things that I saw happened in that festival that I could not tolerate. I could not accept it. It was 3 days and 3 nights. And nobody behaved. It was eating, drinking, smoking, and sex. Now we advise the people to bring their blankets, and they ate, they drank, and then they had fun. And I look at it, I say, no, I think I've contributed rather to that, and I decided I had enough of that. And I turned my back on that, and I went back to Christ.
Well, someone just said that you missed out their band, and that was the Dimension band. So you for the purpose of history, that 3 nights of festival in your town. Tell us some of the groups. You told us about just about 3. Tell us some more that you can remember. You remember Swinging Stars?
I can't remember in detail, but we had Swinging Stars. We had another group from St. Croix, but they were from Granby, but they were based in St. Croix. I remember that it's one of the best lead guitarists I've ever heard. Extremely good. We had a lot of bands that I can recall, and we had Swinging Stars there. Yeah. We had Blue Wonders from England, and it was just a wonderful.
What did you see that you did not like?
Boy, what I saw was something like. Sodom and Gomorrah,
What you mean by Sodom and Gomorrah? In the life,
it was just
fellas not bathing like hippies.
Man.
They were not bathing like hippies. What? 3 nights not bathing?
There was no bathing. There was just eating, drinking, and sex, man. And no rainfall. Nothing.
You're free to use the word sex?
Well, no, I mean 3 nights of pulsating rhythm, whole night, whole day, fellas not bathing, eating and drinking, and just sex right there. What was that? What was happening? That was what was going on there.
You had everything there.
Smoking marijuana and everything.
Marijuana, everything.
You had your marijuana there. You had, in fact, we advised the people. There was a drink, vampire wine. You know that one?
I heard of that one, vampire wine.
I know that one, boy.
Yes, I remember that one.
And whenever you drink it,
I've never seen it, but I've heard of it.
Whenever you drink that, man, your teeth and your lips and everything red stain, man.
Oh, you know that.
That was Nassif special.
Yeah. You were just like Dracula, man.
Just like Dracula.
Christopher Lee, man.
That came from. In fact, we were so fortunate that Boise Thomas gave us. Yes, Boise Thomas gave us the drinks, all the drinks, and Jane Nassif gave us some too. Then we got our chicken from Odi Brisbane. So we were just prepared. And the people just loved that thing, man. I told you, and people went home. They partied Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, until Monday morning. People went to Monday morning.
So you're saying the World Creole Music Festival took a leaf from that Harlem Jam festival?
We took it because we saw what happened. It was, I'll give the name. It's Montreal Pop Festival, I think it was called. Yeah, and all the artists, convened on that place, man.
Someone said that the vampire wine was sold by Gabriel Cash and Carry.
Yeah, Cash and Carry. Yeah.
No. I don't know where he got that.
Where was that?
But I don't know if it's Gabe. I don't know, but we got vampire wine from J. Nassif.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So he was a sponsor for that. Gabriel could have been selling vampire wine.
Yeah.
But the agent was J.E. Nassif.
But let me tell you.
Well, it's possible. It's possible.
But when you take that vampire wine, Cecil, you become very high, and very highly sexually active, It gives you a vom, when you drink that.
That's why I call it vampire?
Yeah. I had some of that, boy. That is a very dangerous wine.
So Georgia, you practically was in everything in Dominica, it looks like.
Yeah, I touched on nearly 75% of it.
75% of what?
I touched on a lot of things.
So you
and that's why I can encourage somebody. I can strengthen and encourage somebody in the way of the Lord.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. No, you haven't said to me how you became a Christian. I know you said that you were going to church before, but something would have had to happen for you to decide
You're going back.
that you're going back.
What happened to you?
Well, what drives a person to repentance is guilt, you know. You know what you're doing is not right, and then, the time comes that you just have to surrender yourself and ask for forgiveness and repent of your sins.
Wow, look at that.
So there came a time I just feel enough is enough. And I decided to the remains of my life, I want to give it to the Lord.
Okay.
And I've never regretted that decision that I made.
Well, look at they say that Rutherford out for naught. So when there was the scores now, so somebody helped me with the scores. So it looks as if 5 wickets are already down. But anyway, we are here with Curtis Cadette, Caddy. Some person say Caddy, but it's Cadette. And I'm sure that the listeners out there are enjoying brother Curtis. No, brother Curtis.
Yeah.
You being an advocate of Christ-like. Tell me, how do you feel
An advocate of
being Christ-like?
Christ life, yeah.
Yes. How do you evaluate our society today?
I don't know if my hearing is the problem or
I'm asking you, how do you evaluate today's world that you're seeing? How do you evaluate it?
How do I evaluate today's world?
Yes.
There's something at the end I need to know.
Yes. In terms of being Christ-like, are you disappointed? Are you surprised? What would you say?
How do I evaluate the Christian life? Whether I'm disappointed?
Mm-hmm.
I'm disappointed. I'm not disappointed. I'm totally satisfied. My life is enriched. There is a future immortality for me. There is a home for me. There is a reunion for me to enjoy. There are a lot of things.
But Curtis, I something about religion I don't understand. It's been told to us that we are now mortal. Is that correct? We're now mortal beings.
Yes.
And that when we die, and we are going to be caught up according to the Bible, that we are going to be immortal beings. So what are you talking about reunion if you're not going to see, if you're immortal, how are you going to see the other person? Are you not going to be in spirit?
All right. When a person dies and that person dies in Christ, really and truly, he's just asleep. It's a sleep. It's not a conscious sleep, but just a sleep. That person is going to be called. And when he's called, he's going to be resurrected. When he's resurrected, he's going to be given eternal life.
Resurrected in the first resurrection.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Now, you can have eternal life conditionally now, but you may not have immortal life now. The immortal life is a gift that is going to be given to you when you ascend into heaven. You're going to be immortalized. That means you will not be able to die again. You cannot die regardless of whatever happened. And the stamp of God is on you. He seals you. And it's a life that is continuous.
Simple question, Curtis. Will you be able to see me in heaven if I'm in heaven?
Yes. Simple question is yes. we shall know, are able to see you as you are. The only difference that is going to be between you and I, Cecil and Brain, is that your name will not be called Brain. You will not be using the name Cecil. I will no longer be Curtis. Because new names are going to be given to every single person. But try to remember that at creation we were created not mortal beings, not immortal beings, but a candidate for immortality. That is how we were born, because we had it conditionally. And it will only be given to us if obedience is found. And Adam disobeyed and he suffered. Brutally, he suffered. He saw the demise of his son. And a lot of things happened during that period. So we have the assurance and the promises and the guarantee that if we are saved, if we give our lives to Christ, we shall be immortalized.
Let me ask the question to you, Curtis.
Yes, my friend.
It is said in the Bible that you got to be a peculiar person. I never have understood what it means, peculiar, because some people take peculiar to mean religion, that you have to be at a particular church to see the kingdom. What's your belief on that?
I don't know your definition of the word peculiar, but
That's why I said that I want to get an understanding of it.
what I think the Bible is talking about is this, that you see, like the Jews were peculiar in the sense they were the people who had we call the my God help me, you know, there was what Abraham did to his son Isaac, that he circumcised. So yeah, the doctrines of circumcision, right? The doctrine of circumcision made the Jewish people peculiar. They were separated from the rest. That is the peculiarity that God is talking about. You're not supposed to, you're the same person, you have to witness to it, but then you have to ensure that you are different from the rest of the world. And different in diet too, you know. You abstain from maniku, you abstain from lizard, you abstain from pork, you know, and all those things. So you become peculiar that way. I don't know if that definition is good enough for you.
So if I eat maniku, can I go to heaven?
The thing is,
if I eat maniku, can I go to heaven?
No.
I will not go to heaven.
Listen to me.
Yes.
Brother Curtis.
Eating pork.
Wildlife.
Pork was not created for human consumption, my friend.
No meat was made.
No. No. There's certain meat that was ordained. There's certain meat that was ordained.
You mean the ones that were ordained are those who are hoofed? Or are you telling me, now you're going to tell me about hoof and unhoof?
Well, I'm telling you what the Bible says. I'm not telling what Curtis says, you know. I mean, Curtis says.
So what does it say, Curtis?
It says that those that are cloven-footed, those that, let's use the patois word,
Divaler, oui.
Right? Chew up the cub. These are the foods to eat. But you can't go eating snake and eating maniku and eating coes and eating all this kind of nonsense and say, well, you know, no. That has not been the original diet for us. The original diet has always been fruits, grains, and nuts. But after the flood, it was necessary that man should be given clean meats to eat?
So the question I'm asking you, Curtis, if I eat maniku,
You're unclean.
I cannot go to heaven?
If you eat maniku in ignorance,
No.
if you're ignorant,
No. There's nothing called ignorance.
No, the man can't be ignorant in the church, you know.
There's
So
nothing called
you know-
ignorance. I'm asking you if I eat maniku.
You're unclean.
but
I
if
do
if the
all,
Creator is saying
all
up-
what the Creator asked me to do.
if the Creator is
You mean the
saying,
Creator is going to make me go to hell because I eat maniku?
listen, let me tell you.
Tell me.
But look at it. Look at how simple it is. A woman takes what she did. She took an apple. We call it apple. I don't know if it's really an apple. She took an apple and she ate it.
It brought sin.
And the whole world changed.
Yes, it brought sin.
It has impacted the entire world.
But God had a choice, you know.
No,
God-
leave
God-
choices
God-
alone. Leave
God-
choices
God
alone.
had a choice.
Listen, I'm going to
Either
show
give
you
it-
how.
either give it to the
I'm going
woman.
to show you how it is. It looks simple to you, but I'm going to show it to you. A simple fruit, a simple apple, was eaten, and it impacted the entire world.
You know what? God knew that was going to happen.
But Curtis,
He knew that was going to happen.
but
Just my brain. God knew it was going to happen, but it's equally true to say that He knew it should not have happened
But
because of the choice.
no, but he had no. God knew it was going to happen. It was designed because He sent down the angel, the morning angel, down into earth to do what He had to do.
Which morning angel is that?
Satan.
A morning angel?
He was the morning angel, you know. He was the morning angel for God, you know, in heaven. You remember that?
boy, let us go.
He was the morning angel in heaven.
But before you,
Where you get that? Where you get that doctrinal belief?
but before you go a little further, before
Someone
we go,
asked if his choice was a mango instead of an apple.
no, no, you see these fellas about this.
Someone
apple.
just asked you, Georgia, is it? How do you know it's an apple and not a mango?
No. You see that business about apple? That's symbolic. I don't believe that was a fruit. My belief is that it was something more than an apple. The apple represents a symbol.
So the symbol would have been another man in the garden there.
No.
And she saw herself naked.
No.
Georgia,
Shut your mind.
He said it's symbolized. He said it symbolized something.
what is this?
But listen to what the Bible says, and that's what I believe in. I'm there are a lot of bright people all about it because I'm also interested.
That
in
was not apple, Georgia. It was not apple.
Listen, there were two trees. You had the tree of life, and you had the tree of good and evil.
Yes.
It became good to you if you disobey. You touch it. If you abstain from it, it's good.
All right.
Simple.
Boy.
But you see, Georgia, you haven't answered me yet. You know, if I eat the manico, if I will not go to heaven.
The thing is, what God wants you to do. If God claims that, hey, you should not touch the unclean, it is not good for you to eat the unclean.
Mm.
That's a law.
It's a law.
That's a divine law.
It's a law.
You want to eat what you want and still go and live in the man in the man.
No, Georgia.
You can't do those things.
No, Georgia. Remember.
You can't do. The man tell you if you want to live with me, this is my policy.
But Georgia, if you believe in the Trinity, all right, you'll know that there was the Old Testament and there is also the New Testament. Mm-hmm. The Old Testament dealt with Moses and his law, all right. When Christ came, according to some people, the law was changed to grace. So with grace, it gave man the opportunity to eat what they figure that they want to eat.
That's not biblical. That's not biblical, my friend. Grace has always been there. Grace has always been there. Noah said, Lord, if I found grace in your sight, grace has always been there. You know what is grace? Grace is unmerited favor. Something that you did not deserve, but I'm going to give it to you. You don't deserve it, but I'm going to give it to you. That is grace. You know? So if some bright gospel preacher came and tell you, well, that the law was given by Moses, that is true. The Ten Commandments was not written by Moses, you know.
No, we know that it was written by God and God gave it to Moses.
It was written by God and God gave it to Moses and God gave it to people.
Right.
Even the ceremonial system, right, was instructed, God gave Moses the instructions what to do and what to write.
Hear what someone has to say to you, brother.
Yes,
Curtis.
go ahead.
The person said, why is it that we black people are so religious and not conscious of who we really are as a people? Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Brother Bob Marley said that to my people.
Well, the matter, gentlemen, I would, Georgia.
Emancipate myself from what? Mental slavery. But this person doesn't even know that there's a spiritual slavery, that the person can be enslaved right now.
So can I say you're spiritually enslaved?
So he's saying that mentally I am enslaved.
So can I say that you're spiritually enslaved?
You either be, let me tell you, Cecil Brain, you either be a slave to the devil or you're a slave to Christ. But you can be a slave to Christ and still enjoying the peace and all the goodness that God has to offer.
But someone said to you, Curtis, go back to the New Testament.
But I wouldn't want to.
Somebody said to me, go back to the New Testament.
Yes.
Tell the person to explain themselves. What is in the New Testament that night?
Because apparently you only dealing with the issue where you don't acquaint yourself with the unclean. But in the New Testament it says that
yes, that's what I want to hear. Go ahead.
In the New Testament, in Corinthians, it was showing of that dream. Was it Peter who had that dream? What was the person who had that dream? And it was said to the person that you can eat what you figure that you can eat. What to that effect? Help me to have a better understanding.
Brother, even in the grave, there's discrimination. Let me show you how the Jews discriminated. You have the Catholics has the burial ground. You have the Anglican, the Methodist. It should be a burial ground for all dead, for everybody. Right? The Jews never loved the Samaritans. They hated them. They discriminated the people. They hated these people. Mm-hmm. So when Peter being who he was, he noticed even when he went to the people, he stayed afar off. And Paul tell him, what nonsense you're doing there, Peter? What nonsense you're doing?
Segregating.
Come on, talk to the people, man. But then he got a vision. And he saw a ship coming down with all various crabs and everything, and Manico, what you love?
I never said I love Manico.
All of them, Agouti Sheshe. You love Agouti Sheshe? Then you love it?
I do.
And they told him to kill on it. And listen to the response. Kill on it.
Yeah.
He said, I've never eaten anything unclean and common.
Right. In other words, preacher, those of them who Curtis, that likes their maniku, right? The agouti, the liz, right? Mm. So you're saying that they are defiling the Lord?
Their bodies. They're defiling their bodies.
Okay.
Because these things were not created for human consumption. They have their purposes. They are cleaners.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They are cleaners, you know.
Boy.
And let me just give some originality there.
Mm-hmm.
There has been a change, complete change. When the world was created, there was nothing unclean. Absolutely nothing. Things were perfect. So the Manico had its purpose, the agouti had its purpose, and it fulfilled its purpose. But from the entrance of sin, from the time sin came into the world, it has changed everything. Even today, there is bitterness and hatred in our hearts because of sin. Sin that did it, you know. We only love those who love us.
Is tilapia clean or unclean?
Is
tilapia clean or unclean?
It have scale?
Tilapia.
Once it have scale, it's not unclean.
Talk a little louder.
I'm asking if tilapias are clean or unclean?
Clean, it have scales.
The first word I didn't get it.
Clean, unclean.
No, talapias.
Talapias.
Oh, okay.
Once it have scale, according to the 7 days and the religion,
Yes.
that once you have scales, you're not unclean. If you don't have scales, then you're unclean. Am I right?
That's correct. That's correct. You have things like what we call the witch.
The witch,
Yes. Whale.
You have the
The
whale.
whale is unclean.
Yes.
No scales.
As I said before, the animals are not clean themselves. They were created by God, but it is not clean for human consumption. You get it?
Yes.
Yeah,
You
we-
cannot blame the animal. It's not the animal.
It's you.
The turtle. It's a big shell. But the kuliu and the cha-cha and the
Very good. They're very good fish.
Right.
Yeah, the sardines
flying
and
fish.
so on are good. Flying fish
Yeah. But don't go behind the turtle and the eel, the
and
electrical
the eel.
The Kong.
Would you eat the electrical eel?
The Kong.
There's an eel that gives us some electrical
current. Yeah.
current. Would you eat that?
I don't
Cecil?
Brother Curtis, I don't eat any meat. I don't eat any meat.
You don't eat any meat. You stay away from meat.
I don't eat meat. I'm Brother Curtis. But there are some things that
It's a good idea. If you can abstain from meat, it's good. It's
But
good.
there are some things.
But Cecil like
there are
the
some things
crab?
that I know that you eat that you don't eat and I eat.
You like the crab back?
Well, I decided this year I'm stopping eating crab. I decided this year I'm stopping eating crab. I love my shrimps.
Oh.
I love my shrimps. And I love my crayfish.
Oh.
Okay, I don't love that. I don't like that.
They don't have skill, you know.
Those things have all the shit in their head, man. You can eat that.
But on a serious note,
Yeah, boy,
I'm
brother, yes.
Curtis.
The meaty part of those things in the rare part, man.
But sometimes we abstain from those things that the Bible says to abstain from. But our heart is filthy.
Filthy and stony.
So best to eat our meat.
No, there's no best. Not best. There's nothing like best. You do that because you feel your heart is filthy. No.
Someone said, right?
You can get a cleansing.
Hear what someone said, Curtis. Well, hear this. Tilapia was created in a lab with scales and used to clean sewage. Low. See, here we go.
Here we go. Tilapia was created in a lab. Boy,
So,
I tell you.
With scales.
With skills, huh?
So what do you have to say about that, Brother Curtis?
The creation of what?
Tilapias. It was actually done in the lab.
It was done in the lab.
In the lab.
I wonder if there's any support. Well, there's no
But there's no
biblical support
from
for
me.
that.
No, not from me.
There's no support for that. I don't know.
Genetic engineering creating tilapia. Not from me.
Crazy, man.
But that's crazy, man.
No, man. No.
Someone feels that you're just repeating what the Old Testament, what the King James Version and the Europeans wrote for you,
The King James Version?
and what the Europeans wrote for you in the Bible.
I've heard that, and what the person just said there, I've heard that many years ago. Everything comes from Europe and all the rest of it. But there's some prophecies. Nobody. Now what? Let me just show you something, Cecil. People don't even touch the prophecies. Look at the condition of the world today. Look at what is happening in the world today. Look at how the whole thing is upside down. Nobody talks about the prophecies in Daniel and the prophecies in Revelation that the nearing the fulfillment. Nobody talks about that.
So you believe in the second coming of Jesus?
It's a promise. It's a promise. There are many promises given. The angel said, "Where are you staying at? Look at it. As he ascends, so he'll descend." He said, "I'm going to."
Did anybody see Jesus Christ gone up? To make that
If
statement,
anybody see?
did anybody see Jesus Christ was ascended, so that the angels themselves can say that he'll be descended?
Yeah, the apostles saw that.
Who are the apostles?
Peter, John, Matthew,
John, Matthew.
Bartholomew, and all the rest of them.
Is that recorded?
Yes.
Yes.
It is recorded
Yeah.
that they saw him going up.
Yeah.
Yeah. He ascended.
And
Yeah.
and did he say that he was going to descend?
And he promised he'll come back.
He promised he'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see, there is a difference between. Nobody has seen God. Nobody has seen God. But Jesus came to show the Father, show the characteristics of the Father. And he said, if you see me, you see the Father. They are distinct people. They are different in the sense that there is the Holy Spirit, there is God, there is Jesus. And as I always tell my audience that he was not always Jesus. He was not always a savior. He became a savior. He took upon that role, he took upon that name when he became human.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question there, since we're on the aspect of religion now, before we move into something else. What are your views on the issue of homosexual behavior within the church? Now, I needed to ask you because this is one we cannot run away from. What is happening?
I think God loves the homosexuals, but he does not love homosexuality. He doesn't like the practices of these guys. It has never been the intention of God that there should be same-sex marriage. You know, God created a woman and he created a man. And he told them, go on and populate the world. You know? And the very same thing he told Adam and Eve after he destroyed the world, he told it to Noah. Go and repopulate. Go and fill the earth. That cannot be done by two men. I would like to ask you all a question, you know. It wouldn't be wise.
Go ahead, ask the question.
What do you think draws a man to another man? What do you think? What pleasure do you think that there is?
Well, I'm not a homosexual, so I can't answer that question. I have no answer to that.
Well, I don't understand it myself. Because as you said, you have a man and a woman. And so I am very surprised that the question of that within the church seems not to be one that is explicit as to what the functions are. So I'm waiting because
the Seventh Adventist condemns that practices, definitely.
Your church, the Seventh
Yes, the Seventh Adventist condemns that practices. Homosexuality, no.
So the Seventh Days Adventist Church is against it.
Takes a firm stand against that.
Firm.
I mean, let me just share that with you all. Even though a group pops up from the Seventh-day Adventist Church and calls themselves Seven Gay Adventists.
They have one they call Seven Gays?
Seven Gay.
Is there a church called
Seven Gay?
Not a church. You see, there are some people within the church itself.
But that's why I wanted to ask you, because I've
I've
heard about the Seven Gays Adventists.
Not 7 days. 7 gays
Adventists. I've heard about it.
Not gay days. But these are people, everybody want to do what they want. These are choices people make. But the policy of the church remains the same. They will disfellowship you. Cannot practice these things in the church. There are people in the church when Christ was on earth. Even what Paul said, listen, there are people that turn their backs on the early fathers. They gave up everything and went back into the world. They were convinced of the doctrines. But they turned their back on it. What can you do about it? Nothing. It's choices people make. Every person has a choice. So, my friend, this is a system. This is something that is really, really is taking over, is affecting the churches now. The Roman Catholics, Seventh-day Adventists, the Pentecostal, wherever man is found. So you just have to make up your mind and make sure that you do the right thing. And
would you accept in your church an open gay guy to be a preacher in your church?
Will I accept in my church
an open gay guy to preach in your church?
A homosexual come in?
Yes, to be a preacher in your church.
No.
Will not be accepted.
No. Well,
What's
a practitioner?
What's your answer? What's your answer?
The man is gay, it means that he's
if the man is gay and if he has the tendencies but yet he's converted. You understand?
He has the tendencies.
But
he's converted.
He's converted. I will accept him.
But
the man cannot have a lover
inside the church.
And preaching in. No, that cannot be done. No, he had to find an audience somewhere else. Not in the Seventh-day Adventist Church. We stand firmly with that.
Okay. I just asked the question because I had heard the difference, 7 days and 7 gays. So I wanted to know.
The West Indies in 20 overs scored 145 for 8. I just wanted to inform them.
These guys are poor, man.
Last week, a few days ago, they were good. Today, they're poor. Now they'll defend the 145. I'm sure they will defend that 145 and get to the semi-finals. No. I want to really find out from you, Georgia, in reference to because we are here talking about a little bit of religion, and we hear some people talk about when Christ came, he changed the law and gave man the opportunity to worship on a Saturday and to worship on a Sunday, and to give man that opportunity to know that any day can be the Sabbath. Your church believes that the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord. How do you differentiate between the seventh day Sabbath and those who worship on a Sunday?
Well, the word any is not really biblical, The word any. There are 2 days, worshiping days, that the world recognizes. One is the seventh day, and the other is the first day of the week, which is Sunday. The Bible has made it clear. Genesis, after the creation of the entire world, God rested. He sanctified, and he set apart the 7th day for worship. Not that, as you know, Cecil and Brian and Brain, that he was tired. But he created that day so that we can rest and have total communion with him. Total fellowship. But there's another day that has been introduced to mankind, which is the first day of the week. That certainly brings honor and worship to man. And that is Sunday. Because man is seeking the same. In fact, the controversy stems on worship, And nearing the end of the controversy, what you're going to see is the first day of the week, and the 7th day of the week. This is what we're going to see happening.
So let me ask Curtis. Let me just ask you. Coming from the Lakou, poverty into the Lakou, people been challenging the Lakou. Do you believe that religion took advantage on the black people to make them get fearful of God to become Christians?
No, I haven't seen that. I've seen that what religion has done. And by the way, we talk about religion, but I want you to bear in mind there is pure religion. And if a religion is not pure, you're in trouble. What religion has done, it has enlightened people. In fact, I am talking from my own experience. It has enlightened me. There are things that I never knew. In fact, I've come to understand the divine head. I've come to understand the Trinity. I've come to understand many things that I never understood at school. It has enlightened me.
So let's go back a bit. When slavery was around, we never heard the white folks. We never heard Christianity in its full cry as we're now hearing. We only heard of Christianity after the emancipation of slaves. Why so?
You see, what was introduced to black people is Romanism. That is what was introduced to black people. But have you ever heard of the reformers? Brain, have you ever heard of the reformers?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Huh?
Yeah, I've heard.
How the reformers have changed the religious system. All the relics and there's another thing I just my thoughts, I cannot put my thoughts together to remember those things. There are many things that were introduced to black people, and we thought that it came from the scriptures. It did not come from the scriptures. There are a lot of dominance, a lot of. In fact, I'm being honest and clear, the Roman Catholic has dominated for 1260 years. They dominated the religious life, and they gave people what they gave people. A lot of nonsense.
I wouldn't accept that. Curtis. I wouldn't accept that. No, I wouldn't accept that.
Well, maybe because we're on air.
No. I wouldn't accept that. You cannot, as from the point of view of your religious background, you cannot want to figure out because you do not support or have the doctrine of another church that what the other church is doing is nonsense. I would not accept that statement.
But there is no salvation in it.
No, you cannot say. But so your church has salvation. They can say that your church don't have salvation.
It preaches salvation.
No. They all preach Jesus Christ and the kingdom.
Okay.
So that is what salvation is about.
Let me show you.
No. I just want us to understand.
Okay, Cecil. Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, if I'm getting too personal, tell me.
No, it's not about personal. I'm just saying that all of
let me just give you a little. Let me give you a little.
Everyone of all preach Jesus and the kingdom. So I won't accept you with a different doctrine.
I don't think we should go into the philosophy of the church.
I think so.
I think we should simply.
I think that's the best thing, because I'm going to show you that a man goes to a priest and he confesses his sin, and
I am saying to you, Curtis, no, Curtis,
6, 7, 8 Hail Marys.
Curtis, Mary,
there's salvation in that.
Curtis, your church members go to the pastor and tell the pastor certain things that they do and ask for strength. We know that. Your church also believes in Ellen G. White, and you speak of Ellen G. White like that of Virgin Mary. And
No, I won't accept that.
You see, that's the point.
I'm not going to accept that. We don't exalt these people. No. You don't. No.
Every sermon that you have.
No. We don't exalt these people. No.
Every sermon that the church has.
Like Mary.
No, but to them. No, but listen to the point. Listen to the Catholic Church point. Mary, as you believe in Jesus, you believe that Jesus came from Virgin Mary. And when you say Virgin Mary, you mean that she was a virgin when she had Jesus. You believe that Gabriel, the archangel, came to Mary to tell her that she was pregnant. Her husband did not believe and said that the child was on his own. And by virtue of that, the Catholic Church is of the belief, because of who she is and what she brought forth to us, because we talk about salvation through him. And so you cannot wrong the church for believing in your Mary.
1 minute.
Yes.
No, you see, you understood the whole thing wrongly.
Why you,
I told you, choices are what is important. People have their choice to and their freedom to choose what they want to believe in.
Right. Gentlemen, I think on the philosophy.
You understand?
Georgia.
Shift that thing. Let me see your faces.
Yeah. I think yes.
I think we have dwelled on religious philosophies. Which
well, let's leave that alone. Yeah.
Which I think we should leave.
I think let's move away from that religion thing, because
we have different philosophy.
It's going to have different ideology, and let's talk about something that is common to all of us, and that is our yard. All right, let's talk about our yard. So now, Curtis, growing up as a boy in the yard, how do you now evaluate today's yard? How do you evaluate today's life? How do you evaluate today compared to how you were brought up? Let's talk about the fact that there was no light and your food wasn't the best. How do you look at society itself in the yard compared to today?
This is why I told you, Cecil, that I try to connect Lakou and the yard is the translation. I try to connect it, and up to now I could not find a connection with that, because if I understand what is Lakou, Lakou is a narrow space that's always untidy.
No,
So I don't you have a definition for it?
No, I'm looking at Lakou, not at a place where it's always untidy. I'm looking at Lakou where even if it was untidy, there were challenges that we could sit together and bring things together as a community. The Lakou is a community. It's not necessarily a space where you walk through. It's above that. We sat, we discuss, we live our lives, and the Lakou has helped many of us to be where we are today, including you. So I wouldn't want to say that this space was a dirty space.
Well, I never had that experience, what you're searching for. I never had that experience that we would sit and discuss certain things. All I know that in the 50s, Lakou was I cannot remember people sitting and discussing things, because even in the 50s, your parents would not even sit and talk to you. Now there's a wide range of discussions and we'll talk and chat, but
Georgia, if we have to go back a bit and talk about the Lakou, you may not have had that upbringing in the Lakou, but I sense from where I am sitting that you still had some connection of the Lakou in terms of the foods that you eat, in terms of how you dispose of your waste.
Well, that is why I told you, if there's a broader meaning to Lakou, a broader, a second definition to it, it's okay. But what I understood as Lakou in the 50s is totally different. Now you have broadened it and you're talking about community and all this kind of a thing. I never really look at Lakou that way,
But when you look at, for instance, in your bringing up, you would have heard of Lakou Setlang. You would have heard of Lakou Philippe. You would have heard of Lakou Donsiad. you would have heard of this one on where the National Bank used to be. Quite a number of those Lakous were wrong. And you would have lived the life yourself. You would have resided in one area. You would have gone and meet your friends in another area and have conversation. I find that's very strange.
No, but
growing up in the 50s and not having that experience when you had so many challenges in the 50s.
Yeah, but Lakou Philippe was just an identity. You identified Philip used to live there, and it called Lakou Philippe. But Lakou and all, Lakou this, I don't know. I don't really want to get down into that.
I just want to correct some people that we had a conversation and we spoke of your life. You told us quite a lot of things about you played football, why you stopped playing football. You spoke about going to school at Rosa Boys School. Your brother went to grammar school. Your father, you only saw your father about 3 times. So we had quite a lot of your life, and religion was part of your life, because at some time you left. Because everybody that I spoke to them about church. It happened that your church was a different church. So I just wanted to inform the people that are making their statements on the social media that I am having that interview. It's just that the interlude of discussion that we have with Curtis reference religion, because he has a broader knowledge in the religion aspect. He's given his side of things. And so we have moved on. So yes, Curtis, I just want to make you know that the Lakou itself was a place where many of us stayed and we had our challenges. But you know what? There's a place that in the Lakou itself, that out of those challenges that we were able to solve problems. We saw certain things happen in the Lakou. Some of us in our Lakou learned to play steel pan, and we became some of the best steel pan players. Some of us had discussion on the issue of black power, and by virtue of that, it helped some of us to become some of the best orators of discussion. Some of us in the Lakou, we learned how to cook, because we went by the bayside and by the river side and take our mellow cream tin and catch fish by the river and had our rice and peas, and we cooked. And some of us are some of the best chef that you could find. So the Lakou helped in developing. So you now may not have taken note of what your Lakou would have done for you. Listening to you very well, for me, your Lakou brought for you the sense of pride. It brought for you that sense of trying to fight and go the next stage. And congratulations to you. And that's what the Lakou does. So to think that the Lakou is just about an untidy place, no, it isn't. It's a place, it's a space where we all gather, we all get knowledge, we all get experience. And I'm saying that's how I look at the Lakou.
Well, I'm being honest, very honest with that definition there. I'm unable to subscribe to that, because I try to find the true meaning of Lakou, and maybe if it was an English word, I would have gotten.
No, the English word is yard.
The
English word is yard.
You see, all those things because I really these are things that preparation is so important, that you prepare yourself for certain things, and
no, you did a good job. You did a good job at it.
No, not a job I'm talking about, but you're saying that Lakou entails a lot. That the experiences that you get in that area there, and that a lot of people has been taught to cook and taught they become musicians and all the rest of it. But I never tested that. I cannot say to my child, this sprang up out of Lakou, or I don't know. I don't know if Lakou still exists. Lakou only exists in your upbringing, in your youth, your teenage years, or when is the cutoff point in it?
No, Curtis, we have a cutoff point, you know.
When is the cutoff point?
No,
you know,
no,
I don't know.
No, because you see, we will not stay in our Lakou. Our Lakou helps to develop us and move away. So there's a cutoff point, but we must have the experience of where we came from. That's why you hear quite a lot of people say, "My school days are the best days." But your school days will have a cutoff point, and you take the experience of your school days and move on. So it's the same thing that the Lakou has done for many of us. Sorry about that. The Lakou has really given us that opportunity as people to help build our own esteem. It helps to give us that experience that if we did not have the Lakou, that we would not have had that experience. Because right now we're seeing children, because of the lack of the Lakou, we're seeing children taking the tablets as their form of their livelihood. And we ask ourselves the question, are these children, when they come our age, will they be able to fight challenges? We have seen children who are not in the Lakou, all right, through no fault of theirs, are not able to challenge their own minds. They are not able to discuss in the society, in the public, as we would have been able to do in our upbringing. You know? Yes, Bryn.
12 for 1.
12 for 1. So right now, this goes 12 for 1. South Africa is batting.
Yeah, 12 for 1.
I told you that West Indies is going to win that game.
You know,
yes,
Cecil?
Yes, Georgia.
Cecil,
Mm-hmm.
you see poverty?
Mm-hmm.
Poverty should be the subject that would help us to get out of it, where we were, what we did to get out of that mess that we were in there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say that, but I'm not seeing, my God, I'm not seeing how I can integrate Lakou on my life. I see poverty. That's what I experience. If poverty was my Lakou, it's okay.
That is what it is.
But I'm trying to get the definition of the word.
No, it's not.
I cannot define it.
No, Curtis. It's not about a definition. The Lakou is an upbringing, is a life.
Right. Let me tell you, Georgia. When you hear about the Lakou, it is we're talking about our upbringing, how we were brought up within a space. So your Lakou experience was that you grew up without your father. Am I right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Right. The fact is that you, in your early days, found yourself going to hunt in the Jelbushiwi at 4 o'clock, roasting your birds. That's your Lakou experience.
You said that? Get
You
up at
said
4:30 in the
that.
morning. Your mother, having to go with your mother to wash in the river.
Yes.
That's your Lakou.
That's your Lakou.
Your mother having to wash and iron, and you give the names of the people, and she had nothing more to bring to the home on the table.
Right.
That was your Lakou.
That was your Lakou.
Your brother, at a very early age,
Brought you to
7 years, brought you to school.
That's your Lakou.
That is your Lakou. That's your life.
That's your
You know
life.
what I'm saying? So you had the challenge. Maybe what the other aspect of the Lakou that you may not have had is the opportunity to go out there, like many other persons, in the yard, to associate, to have this caution. Because when we spoke earlier on about Black Power, you had nothing to do with that. And I find it was very strange because you raised at a time in your early teens into your 20s, in the 60s there, you should have had an understanding, a greater understanding of black awareness. Because at that time there was a great black awareness.
I never shared in that. I never shared in that. I never shared in that at all.
Right. So,
You know,
so that was not your experience.
I never shared in that. and
So
so on.
that was not your experience.
That was not your experience.
But your experience you gathered also in associating with friends that made you smoke.
Right. But he had another Lakou
That was
where he turned ice cream.
15 for 2 South Africa.
Right. 15 for 2. Oh, it's getting hotter.
Yeah. So yes, Georgia.
Yeah,
Yes,
man.
Georgia. That was your Lakou. That is your Lakou.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you all. I'm being honest with you all. I accept that thing what you all said, but then you all have to prove to me in some way or other that, you know, you have to know the meaning of the whole thing, and I cannot fit in or place this into. I cannot do that. It's difficult for me to define that and say, well, okay, this if you talk about poverty, yes,
That's your Lakou.
So I'm saying to you,
poverty.
I'm saying to you,
You understand?
Every one of us who experience the Lakou,
Poverty.
no, everyone who experience.
If poverty means, if Lakou means
Poverty.
poverty,
But what is poverty?
you know,
What is poverty?
what is poverty?
That's the point I'm making.
Growing up without certain
So I am
amenities.
saying- so you said earlier on that you grew up without having certain things. So that itself is a line of poverty.
Poverty.
And by virtue of that, you had your own Lakou.
You had your Lakou.
You had a different way to challenge it. Maybe you're not comfortable speaking about it, but the point is, Curtis, we all as ordinary people had our own Lakou.
and more so,
You too said that you had to. Your sisters didn't have to do it, but you had to do it to go to the latrine by the river.
Yes.
Sometimes there were too many people. You had to sit on stoop on the wall, use your white paper
or your stone.
or your stone. That is your
Your
Lakou.
Lakou.
So we have to all understand that many of us had that challenge. There are people who themselves who had money, but they lived the Lakou life. We spoke to Shaw.
Yes.
Shaw's father had all what they had, but he too lived the Lakou because he left his father's own and went and meet those that he felt that was his age group and understood the life.
Right.
So it's not just putting it under the issue of poverty. You know?
But you had your Lakou, and your Lakou, you were one of the first guys in Dominica to experience the marijuana experience, which I never knew that marijuana came from a boat carrying lumber. Where you
Yeah, it
smoking.
came from Jamaica.
Right.
It was brought into this country through Choky White.
Well, that's where.
You
we
know?
never
I mean,
knew.
I remember that clearly, you know.
We never knew
You
that. We never knew that. I
No.
forgot to ask him one question. In your Lakou, did you have any
In
children?
my past history.
Yeah, your past history.
Oh,
On your Lakou.
no, Curtis.
I rather.
Curtis,
I-
no,
I-
Curtis. No, Curtis. No,
Your Lakou.
Curtis. No, Curtis. Nothing like your past history.
Your
There's
Lakou.
nothing. It seems like as if you are not happy about your past history.
Yeah, no.
You
But
have
let
to
me
be
throw one
proud
on him.
Wherever you are today, I want you to understand.
I don't understand.
Why
I don't
would you-
know.
why would you-
Cecil,
why- hold on,
Cecil,
hold on, Curtis,
the
hold on,
word
hold on,
happy,
Curtis.
and
Hold on, Curtis.
I shared my life with you.
Yes,
How
but you
can
are
I?
saying.
But I could have remained silent.
Yes, I know.
But let me throw one on you, man. Let me
I
throw
mean,
one
come
on
on,
you.
man.
Let me throw one on you.
Throw one on me.
Let me
Just
throw
talk-
one
just
on you,
talking.
man. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Did you have any children before you got married in your Lakou space? Do you have any children, or all your children is during your matrimonial life?
Yeah, for them.
During your matrimonial life?
No. Before.
Ah. So you had children before you got married?
Before, yeah.
Ah. So how many you have you had before you married?
Before I got married?
Mhm.
4.
That is
And none after.
and none after.
Yeah.
So in other words, within that space during your time, like most Caribbean men would have children before marriage. Most
Yeah.
of that within the Caribbean society.
Yeah.
And then you got married and you do not have any children during you, but you still associate with your children even if you were not married.
Yeah.
Well, that's the Caribbean experience. So when we talk about those,
And that's an experience of the Lakou too, eh?
yeah, yes,
That's
yes.
an experience of the Lakou.
Right, right.
You know, you would have had certain influences on you by other
Right.
or companies that would have influenced, you know, certain things that you would have brought forth in your lifetime.
In your
Because when
lifetime.
you spoke of your brother and your 2 other friends, I mean, for me that was a
Yeah,
telling
that's
story.
that's a telling
where,
story.
where you all use shilling shot or catapult,
Yeah.
to go and catch beggars.
Yeah.
That's a serious Lakou life.
That's a serious law.
Oh, that's a big Lakou life. You know what I'm saying?
This is history, man.
You never.
That is history, man. That is history. That is history.
You ever went to the botanical gardens to eat fruits? Did you ever jump any wall? Did you go steal mangoes in your young days?
Well, I don't know. Well, you see, you call it steal and eat fruits.
Fruits.
We used to call it raid.
That is a term of the Lakou.
That's a Lakou term.
That's a Lakou
You went to
term.
raid.
Raid.
I know you raided.
Right.
So so it's nothing. It's
Did
not
you
any-
stow?
It's nothing bad, you know.
No, nothing.
Let's
But
go and read.
I know, for instance, maybe during the Calypso shows, right next to you, the cricket going on, you jump the wall, you're going to watch a game.
No.
The
I
bamboo
never,
house.
as I said earlier on, I never loved cricket
But football.
and football,
Yeah.
and calypso shows.
Well, of course.
No, I loved
Queen
I
Show.
love the Gaylord. No, Queen Show. No, man, I love this kind of
You
thing.
love the Gaylords.
I love the Gaylords.
I just wanted to inform the listeners that Curtis and myself spoke, because some persons are saying that I should have informed the Curtis about the program. Curtis and myself spoke about the Lakou program. I gave him an understanding as to what the program was about. So I don't want us to live in the ignorance to believe that we did not have a discussion.
We
So we
always
did
have
have
a
a discussion prior to. But I understand Curtis' point. There are some things that some people can talk about openly, and there are some things that some persons rather talk about it, not necessarily talk about the entire in-depth matters. And I understand that if Curtis. So I just want to make us have an understanding. But you know, Curtis, the Lakou life is a brilliant life.
It is.
You know, it's a brilliant life, and so by virtue of the fact that even you say earlier on that Cardinal Felix had to come and pray for you because you're troublesome.
Yeah. To pray for you.
That is part of the Lakou.
In other words,
You said a very beautiful thing at the very beginning when you spoke about the size of your mother's house, and your mother had 5 children, and just 2 could stay with her. 3 had to go somewhere else. That is the life of the Lakou.
That's a Lakou.
When you said that your mother had to get another house in Great Marlborough Street, and the back was the neighbor's own, and to carry something big, you had to get the permission of the
That's
neighbor.
family history.
That is
Family history.
family history.
That's Lakou.
That is the Lakou. You can call it family history, you know, but that is the life of the Lakou.
Yeah. I know the word you want to maintain is Lakou.
Yes.
I understand it.
Yes.
I understand that. But you know, looking back at it, looking back at the Lakou, really. Let me ask you all a question.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Would you like to relive the Lakou life again? Cecil, Brian, would you like to relive it again?
No.
I'd say yes.
No.
One say yes, one say no.
Yes.
Yeah, that my experience with the Lakou, no. Although I learned a lot from the Lakou, but when you think about the hardship,
Okay.
you see the
And
hardship.
Brendan, that is what made us.
It made me, but
That's what made us brain.
Yes.
What made us was the hardship
The
of
hardship
the Lakou.
of the Lakou,
We had to go
man.
and search. Our brain had to work.
right.
All right, we were not lazy in our thinking, so we always had to have discussion. We always had to find out what is the next solution to our problem.
And you know why I say that? When I look at today's life and my good friend Georgia, going to school with half an exercise book and half a lead pencil, and when I see today's children going with all those textbooks
In your back pocket.
in my back pocket or in a little plastic bag to get an education, and I see these kids now, these children now, having all the opportunities that they have now. You know, I sometimes say, but you see the kind of life we had. And sometimes maybe that is why, my good friend Georgia, you have that, terrible thing when you see what children are having now and how they live their life. It's sometimes painful for you to just...
Yeah, because everybody have not a Lakou.
You know?
I know people who lived, well, without thinking about tomorrow. What am I going to eat? What am I going to do? You know, I know people. I mean, people. You had to look up. You had to look in the sky to talk to them. In their verandas.
But this people did not have a Lakou.
You had to look in the veranda.
So
You know,
Georgia, so these people did not have a Lakou, and we
You
understand.
understand?
Where you had to do?
way down in the way down in the basement, there was a sweet drinks factory. There was nothing like Juicy or Coca-Cola in my days.
I am saying to you, Georgia,
You know,
that is your
so
Lakou.
these people Whereas you're allowed to go and beg them for
a sweet drink.
a sweet drink. They would drink and have enough for themselves.
Georgia, these people don't have a laku.
As Brain said, the hardship.
The penyu, I know.
There's no hardship.
I know.
So I'm saying
They
to
would,
you.
they wouldn't wash their own clothes. They'll call you.
So I'm saying to you, Georgia, today as we speak, some of our children, some of our grandchildren do not have a laku.
They don't have a laku.
They don't have a laku, and we have to recognize that.
So you see,
but I'm saying to you that many of us do have a laku.
Because remember,
I mean, hold on.
Yes.
Surprisingly, we spoke to Murdoch, Douglas Murdoch, 2 weeks ago, and surprisingly, she said they had a laku. Their father had a laku from where he came from, and the life that they lived, 16 of them, they had their own laku. But you know, there are people who do not and never had a laku, and we have to recognize that.
But you see what hurts you, Georgia. I know your pain when you look at the drink that fellas were drinking, and then you have to look up in the sky and say, "Bon Dieu, le mo calboyon."
No, but
I feel your pain.
I can recall, Cecil, to talk to these people. They lived, you know, in their verandas,
Yeah,
and you had to talk to them
from below.
from below.
I know, boy.
And I think it's a good way to end up.
Then you had people like Papi. PWP used to come and make and bottle thing for them. And you long to get a sweet drink, boy.
I know, boy. I know. I think that's a.
So
good
that's why I tell you, I don't know the definition of the word. I don't know. To me, it's painful at times, man.
My brother, whether it is painful is reality.
It's reality.
That most of us had a laku life.
Yeah.
I am very happy that I had a laku life because it helped in shaping who I am today.
I had one too.
Let me share that with you before we close.
Yes.
I knew when I moved from my mother's place, I met a guy, I think he's dead, James Pascal. You know a guy, James Pascal? I think he died in the States. He used to live just same place by Matisa there, but by Marco around there. And I can recall this woman used to work as a cleaner in the gardens, as in the 50s. And she would, whenever she cook her food, the only thing the woman would have, no meat, no fish, not that she couldn't, she had no money to buy that. But she should take green pawpaw. Now, we may look down on it now, but it was very good in those days. And she used green pawpaw as her stuff.
As a meat?
As a meat. That's what she used to use. Green pawpaw. Lakou.
Yes.
Green pawpaw.
Yes, Curtis, yes. Is she ashamed of that? No, I don't think she was ever ashamed of that.
I'm not saying you should be ashamed of it because pawpaw can reduce a lot of things. It reduce your pressure. It can do, you know what I mean?
You only know knowing that. We only
know knowing those things.
Right.
You understand?
But that's what she could have afforded.
But that's what she could afford.
Right.
Whereas you have the most common. Listen, the most common meat was mutton shank, you know, and lamb shank brain. You know that one?
I know the lamb shank, man.
You could not afford beef. I sat in 55. I was somewhere in 50s, 56. I was in the old market, down by the new market there, and I can recall I was there as a young boy, and I can recall Nasif, the father. If I'm not supposed to call his name over, it's all right.
No, that's fine.
And he bought 30 pounds of beef. Wow. I'll never forget that number.
30 pounds.
30 pounds. My mother could not even buy a pound.
So that tells you that
it was your pain,
Mr. Nasif did not live the life.
That's why I will not like to live in my Lakou again.
I can
Never.
I want to live in it.
I know.
Never live in my Lakou.
I tell you,
Boy,
I
see the
don't
pain.
have
we
a
have
problem.
we have to redefine the word Lakou.
I have no problem in walking from Roseau to Point Michel to La Salette. I can revisit that again.
That's a joke, man.
So I tell I can do that.
Georgia.
And it's because of the Lakou. There was no transportation for us to just take a key, go in our vehicle and drive to Point Michel.
Right.
No, I'm saying that I will still visit it if I have to do it again, all over again. I
Right.
would do it.
Brain,
Georgia.
yes, go ahead.
Georgia. You made my night. I'll tell you why. Because I feel your pain. Sitting there and watching a man taking 30 pounds of beef, and you know when you go home, you can't even eat nothing. I feel your pain. That's why I feel when you say that. I feel you went back
I
there.
told you the only thing we could afford is mutton shank. That was the most. You see, there was no chicken, you know. Now you have barbecues, you can barbecue, you can do everything. Go down to KFCs and there was nothing like that. It was by Cecil Actor, mutton shank and lamb shank. And that was your meal on a Sunday. And perchance you may a little pound of beef on a Sunday, you know.
I know, boy.
What?
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know your pain, man.
So if you're saying, Cecil, you want to you want to leave it up, relieve that thing, don't.
No, Curtis, you know why? You know why, Curtis? Understand that. I'm saying to you today that the challenges that I see my children have today, they are greater challenges than I had when I was growing up. Meaning, I was a more critical thinker than my children are today.
Okay.
And why? Because in the yard, we had so many different challenges that we had to try to get solutions. So when we came home without lunch, we had to get a way to ensure that we get lunch. What did you do? You had to go take your shilling shot at 4:30 and go and pitch beggars. And
You had those days, Cecil?
of course,
Oh.
I had to send stones. I went to Mount Daniel with Miss Pretty and Tony Macomoda to Mount Daniel and collect mangoes. And according to you, my pay was just to get more mangoes to eat and bring at my home. It
Just
was
fill
not
your
me.
stomach, that's all.
That's all. So I had that upbringing myself. I had to hold my mother's dress and go to the river in Bath State when we were living in Phil's Lane. And I had to find myself when we were living in Bath State even to take our basin and walk to the river to carry clothes home. Today we have washing machine. Our children do not know how to put a basin on their head. So I'm saying to you, I am proud of that moment. I'm proud of the fact that I had to take a piece of pencil. Today, our children have a bag.
Laptop.
Our children have not talk about laptop. Our children have
Tablet.
bags with several books. In our time, it's just one piece of book we had and a piece of pencil, and we have to document everything. These are the challenges of the Lakou. So I'm saying to you, my children today don't live in the Lakou.
Yes.
They don't know what the Lakou is like. The life of the Lakou, they don't know it. So to ask me if I would visit the Lakou again, yes, because it would make me a critical thinker again.
Well, okay, if I put it this way to you, Cecil, that maybe your children can tell their children that they were in a Lakou, but not like you. So they'll always be Lakou.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But different experiences.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yes.
So I can understand that. Because 30 years from now, life going to be different.
Oh yes. For
It's
sure.
It's going to be different.
For sure.
Right? At the rate of technology, it's going to be different.
But you see, we must not leave behind the challenges that we had and to make
Yes.
people believe
That everything was okay.
that everything was okay. We went to. I had to go in the mornings. Sometimes and with my mother or my father with our pail to throw by the bay. I had to do that.
Your waist matter.
I had to do that.
Well, boy, it was an experience tonight.
We had to. When a mother washed clothes, they had to put blue and starch.
Right.
We had to learn to do that. Today, you see hearing about blue and starch.
Let me tell you the last thing there
Yes.
that I experienced, Cecil. Now there's a lot of cutleries and a lot of things and nice colored things.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was growing up as a boy, I never ate in a plate, you know.
What you eating?
The bomb.
You eating a bomb?
Yes.
How comes?
That is where you know, when Mark Millen is served and the sisters were served, the rest they leave it in the bomb. You understand how it is? If this is a Lakou, I don't want to get back into that thing again.
Come on, man.
Never happen.
Come on, man.
But this is how we were. You know,
Come on, man.
I won't say it's
church. If church has a function,
Uh-huh.
and you all go for carnival and have your camp, nothing wrong in taking your bomb and eat it and say that's how I ate when I was growing up.
I wouldn't say it's deep poverty.
It's not deep poverty. It's not deep poverty.
Deep poverty, but it was poverty.
No, but Curtis,
Right now, you go to your home and you will just put your plates and share everything, and life is that. You understand, boy?
Boy, I understand your pain.
Curtis,
Eating in a
I
bomb.
suspect you have pain, boy. Curtis, boy.
Pain, boy.
And
that bomb business.
That life you live with,
Oh,
maybe
boy,
a
rough.
terrible one. And
Rough.
you even hate to talk about it.
You're rough, boy. You're
No,
rough.
I talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't hate to talk about
Yeah,
it.
but
I
your
talk
bomb,
about it.
Can you imagine?
I share because it has no effect on me. You know, I share that life, and if somebody want to learn from it, it's all right.
Yeah, what someone says. The Lakou life for most was very painful experience.
Painful, boy.
That most have buried and do not want to
Hey,
relieve.
boy, your bomb. You can. I can see that
My
bomb.
brother, if they give me another bomb to it, I'll eat the bomb again.
Boy.
If they give me a calabash, I'll
Boy,
eat the calabash
Can you
again.
see? Can you see that bomb?
I suspect it is his style,
Boy, boy, Curtis, boy.
I think Cecil, you and Brain,
Boy.
Cecil,
Boy.
you and Brain has lived a middle class life.
What?
Don't say that.
Boy,
Oh, boy, you,
how?
boy.
How that?
Oh no,
My brother.
boy. You know what it is to eat in a
My
calabash,
brother,
boy.
you're only 16 years older than me.
Yeah, boy.
You never eat in a calabash yet.
I never
Oh, boy, baby, you said. Oh, when you have you didn't have
I
a.
ate in calabash, but it wasn't a habit.
You ever ate in a plate that the soda, Muzi soda? The Muzi soda, your plate. Your
No,
plate
you call it the plate that cayenne.
Kaye, you eating that? The Kaye plate? That's what you're afraid of, boy.
But you see, you had plates. So if they cayenne, you could sort of them. But it was again, it was a life that I've learned a lot from, and I can, you know, in other words, then whatever is put before me now, I can, you know, I don't feel, hey, you know, I have a pound of beef, I have a pound of this, I have a pound. No.
You eating all your beef, no?
If I get, I eat. If I don't get, I don't bother with that.
And right now, Mr. Nassif can't beat you. You can go by the market and take your 5 pounds of beef when you want. You can take your 6 pounds.
I feel we come to an end, and I suspect Brother Curtis do not want to ever visit
That
his Lakou again. But I'm glad for my Lakou, Curtis. I'm very glad for my Lakou. It has really helped to build. And built you, you know. Your Lakou built you, you know, Curtis.
Yeah, it's
Your Lakou built you, you know. That's why after Hurricane David, you because of your thinking, your thoughts.
Yes.
I saw the need.
But you didn't just saw the need, you know.
I saw the
It
need.
reminded
yeah.
you of your upbringing.
Yes.
And you had the ability to do it, so you did it
For your people.
So that's what the critical thinking is in the Lakou, from the Lakou.
Yes.
So feel good about it.
The money was there.
No, it's not about money, because when
No, I'm talking about to purchase. I mean, come on, you must have money to purchase. You know, I mean, you know what I mean. The money was there. I saw the need, and I purchased.
Yes.
You understand?
At that time, you were living a middle class
In
life.
middle class life, you have a generator.
So
you're
so
generating.
the Lakou was giving you the opportunity to live that middle class life and to get things done in the way that you see best for you. So feel proud of the Lakou, my brother. Feel proud of your Lakou.
Be proud of your life, my brother.
Your Lakou has been able to help you to even understand even religion better from the exploitation of mental slavery.
Mental slavery, yes.
Religion,
I go
Lakou.
back there, eh?
What it has really done for me, really, the
What that?
Lakou. I don't know.
Curtis,
Really.
I said to you, the Lakou has given you experience.
It has.
The Lakou has given you that zeal to fight another day.
Right.
The Lakou has helped you to be 77 years today.
Right.
By just deciding what you wanted to do. So at a very early age, you went to the United States, Florida to be precise, to cut cane.
Huh.
But because of what the struggle was in the Lakou, you wanted to stow away.
To go to New York.
To go to New York. Because you don't want to revisit that Lakou again. So from time the Lakou has been...
That was his pain, you know.
The Lakou has been a pain for you.
You go inside
for all
and
of those
you're trying
years.
to run away.
For 18 years, the Lakou has been a pain
for you, boy.
No, I wouldn't say
Yes.
that. That's
So
how you
you
said it. I
denying
wouldn't
it
say
now.
that.
It's
No, I
denial.
wouldn't say that.
It was-
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that?
No, it wasn't painful for me.
It wasn't painful for you?
What was painful for me, I'll tell you what was painful for me, is not having a father in my life.
Mhm.
That was painful for me. Not having a father. Not the poverty that my mother experienced and everything, but not having a father, at least to guide and direct me. That was one of the things that I needed. Because I could have been far better
You don't know that.
educationally.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Yes, I could have
No, you
been.
don't show
I
that,
could have
Curtis.
been if I had proper.
Father figure?
Eh?
A father figure?
If I had a father figure that in my life and guidance and and interests and cared for his children, but Cecily, you do not know what it is to be left alone. To be left alone, and you have to be from 51. You're alone. Every Christmas, there's no father. There's nobody say, that's your daddy. That's your this. Daddy Christmas. Daddy brings something for you. I hear God, sir. Nothing whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, your father was there, Cecil. Brain, I know your father. Your father was
no,
there.
My biological father wasn't there.
My father was there.
My biological father wasn't there.
My biological father was there.
But
my adopted father
I
played
my
the
father,
role.
I only saw the guy in 59, and because his mother died. And then he went, and that was it. To see him, I had to be going up to Florida. Never. So all my life, my kids really, it's not a good life. It's not a good
I
life.
agree. My father was not dead. He wasn't wrong. I mean,
But your father was in the country.
Yes, he was in the country. So I would be the one initiating the visit to my father's place. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Let me ask you a question.
So I had a father, a biological father. Would I have liked him to play a greater role in my life? Yes, but I was very much satisfied of the role that the adopted father that I had played in my life. So maybe because of that, I never really bothered about an adopted.
Okay.
I never bothered about a father.
Okay.
Georgia, my final question to you.
Yeah.
How is it when you don't have a father? How you feel?
Talk a little louder.
How did you feel when you do not have a father? How is it? What is that feeling?
How do I feel? But you see, Brain, when there isn't a father figure in your life, someone you can, because you see, children always look up to their father. Children always look up to their father, and for directions, for everything. Now, when you don't have a father in your life to assist you where you need that assistance, it's you're just left alone, man. You're left in the dark. You're just left in the dark.
Okay, Curtis. So we bow on time.
Okay, man.
Your last words.
Well, I just want to say that I'm extremely happy to be here tonight with you all. Unless we have shared a number of things I just hope some whoever viewing or have heard not be sympathetic towards me, but have learned something from it, and at least you have received a blessing from it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I just want to say I also learned quite a lot from you, some things that I did not know. I did not know that Macmillan Dorival is your brother. I learned that for the very first time. And I'm sure that many people did not know that Cardinal Felix was your cousin, and they got to know that. And so there's a number of things that we learned tonight about Georgia. And I just want to say thank you so very much, for learning so much from you. Brain.
Yeah, it was a pleasure hearing him, and he really you could feel that he went back into his life in the Lakou, and you can see how, the Lakou really has an experience that, you can never forget. It was a pleasure hearing him. I learned a lot from him as well, Cecil. It was a pleasure being with you tonight.
I want to say also, too, it was a pleasure. Next week we'll be having a big one.
Yeah, big one.
We'll be having, we call
Renif,
it Bubbles.
Renif Alexis.
Renif Alexis.
Bubbles.
We're going to learn so much about Renif Alexis. I know some stories. Living in the Cube. Renif Alexis next week will be telling us about living in the Cube.
In the Cube.
And that is going to be a telling story, having to fight his way at a very early age.
That would be a big one.
That's going to be one of a real true Lakou. And I just want to say in advance, thank you very much, Bubbles. So people for Portsmouth, it will be your turn. You'll be hearing about Bubbles and the life that Bubbles lived. Today people see him as, they say that he's a rich man.
He will tell us his
That's what they
life.
say. But he will tell us his life story of coming where he has come thus far. And I really can't wait myself to hear Bubbles' story.
Well, just before we go, let me tell the audience that those who don't have the television watching, it's 15 for 2 South Africa. Rain has the lead play.
Rain has, yes.
Yeah.
I understood that Rain has
the lead play.
The lead play. You think he's going to have more cricket?
I don't think so, because a lot of rain falling.
Yes, in Antigua. A lot of rain. So I suspect if that is the case, and if they are to go by, share the points, West Indies will go into the semi-finals, I'd like to believe, because they have a better run rate.
If the rain holds up the play, then the West Indies will qualify.
They will have a better, I think West Indies have a better net run rate. And see the importance of winning that game last week big. So if that is the case, I'm sure that the West Indies team would maybe go through. Let's see what happens. And if the West Indies goes into the semi-finals, I can tell you that they will win the finals.
They'll win the World Cup. Yeah, if they escape
who
from
won
that.
last night against Afghanistan and...
Afghanistan beat Australia.
Afghanistan beat Australia?
And they beat them badly.
They beat them badly?
They lost to Afghanistan. They lost all their wickets. It was a very good game last night.
Are you talking Australia lost all of the wickets?
Yeah, it was the first time that Afghanistan had beaten them.
I was so tired, I went and slept very early last night.
They lost the game last night.
I can imagine Australians cried.
Oh boy, they crying, they bawling.
I remember when Afghanistan beat the West Indies, we were criticized, we were laughed at. And you're telling me that Afghanistan beat
Australia last night. In fact, they were 100 for 100 without loss at one time.
Was that Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, the United States, I know that everybody was about the way that United States.
England beat them badly.
England beat
America.
Okay. When England played them?
England played them this morning.
This morning. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I've had a chance to really look at cricket, but I really want to say thank you very much, Brain, for being here with me this morning. Tonight. Okay, so wherever you are this time, I just want to say thank you so very much for listening to the Lakou. We'll be on again next week with another Lakou program. I love the interaction tonight. Unfortunately, our telephones were not working, but next week we'll get it on point. So once again, thank you and God bless you. Let's go across to our BBC program.
80%. A host of A-list stars have attended one of the fashion industry's biggest events of the year, Vogue World in Paris, which saw top French designers come together for a rare joint show themed around the Olympics. Jean-Paul Gaultier opened proceedings with Chanel, Balenciaga, Balmain, Dior, Louis Vuitton and others among the labels represented.